lead to a bad ending. You're welcome to enjoy the events and shape the story without reservation, and then if you like, you can play again to try something new. There's only ever more good content to discover. We hope you have a nice time with our life. Thank you for playing. That is already, I'm loving this. Okay, I'm chubby, so I'm gonna go with chubby. Chubby. We're gonna brown, dark brown, pale. We're gonna go with tan. Let's see. I like that. I like that. Oh, I like those. Lidded, pointed, sharp, oval, rectangle. What eyes do I want later? I kind of like those. We're gonna go. Well, we'll make our name Terra so that it's like more of a real name, and then Shrimpo, of course. And then eye color, I have brown eyes. It's a little bright though. We'll go with black just because that's closer, because I have dark brown eyes. Well, we'll go with brown. Smooth, pulled back, big ass fucking forehead, holy shit. Okay, curled, flowy, short, medium, smooth, choppy, long, locks, side parted, triangle parted, wavy, blunt, side spiked, wavy, short, eye cover, sideburns, strands, bowl cut, braids, scrappy, braid front, flowy, blunt, strands, medium, scrappy, tone. No, we're not gonna do two-toned. They're all, okay, curled too. I don't like that one. Why does it make her forehead so fucking big? I liked this one. Pulled back, smooth, choppy, curled. I want to look at the other curled. Beaded, ponytail, pigtails, puns, curled too. What does curled 2 look like for this? Her forehead looks so fucking big though. What the hell? Come on now. We're gonna go with curl 1 because I like the way that looks, and then we're gonna go with curl 2, I think, for this, and we're gonna do brown for the color. I wish it was a little bit darker, honestly. Maybe we'll keep it black just because I like that better than freaking whatchamacallit. Pigtails, locks, ponytail. What do the locks look like on here? Short locks. Beaded. Curl 2. Thick. This is kind of nice. Hi Brian, welcome back. We switched over to Our Life, which I've not played before. I know this is really popular. I'm very excited. I'm locked in on character customization right now. Where is the curl that I saw before? Curl, I think it was curl 3. Curl 2. Is there not a curl 3? I swear there was. Short, round, sleek, trans, ponytail, scrappy 1, pigtails over the curl 2. That is. I don't know. Maybe we'll just do. I don't like the small curls. It just does not seem cohesive. If that makes sense. But I guess it's fine. Alright. The thing is, I like she they, but It's fine. She's cute. Let's see what we want for if the eye shape makes her cuter. I like that. I kind of like the sloped, pointed, sharp. We'll keep the sharp. Okay. Birthmarks. No. No birthmarks. No scars. Well, no rosy cheeks. Hand size. Chubby. Glasses. I have glasses, but these are kind of cute. Your sister called. Welcome back. We are switched over from Catboys to Our Life, which I haven't played before. So this is going to be my first time. Yeah, this is going to be my first time playing it. I've heard so many good things about this, so I'm very excited. Birthmarks, scars, freckles. I like bracelets, necklaces, and we'll do dresses, skirts. We'll do them all. Right? It doesn't matter. I think I wear kind of all that. All right. Think we're good. I like this. She's cute. We're gonna call her Terra, and we're gonna start. I'm very excited. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usual sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination, with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. If it's too loud, hold on, this music is like so hard. I'm gonna put it right there. Okay. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your mom's... Oh, I've got moms! 2 moms! Pog. Okay. Your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from the Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved, or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. You didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyways. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people, since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. I'd probably, like, personally, I'd probably end up saying hi to a bunch of people. So I'm gonna do that one. You enjoyed learning all about where they were visiting from and hoped to visit those places one day too. But today, there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever, or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really, really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your mom's called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your mom's had a talk with you and your big sister, Lizzie, about this kind of situation before. You hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it could be okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite then. I think I'm gonna do this one. You weren't sure about this man yet. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered, but you were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on. Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was walking the way to your front door. I wanted to know more what's going on. You slowed down. Your eyes remained fixed on the man. There was a split second where your eyes met, and you knew he was aware he wasn't alone on the street anymore. Hey, You raised your eyebrows at the shout. Did he want something? Is that why he was here? The man stood up and started to make his way toward you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. Still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly, you offered the stranger a smile. I think that's what I would do. The man gives a grin of his own back. I know that we're technically like in the time, I know that this starts in childhood, so this is a childhood, but this man is fine. Look at him. Woo! He's so fine. Do you live around here? What's your name? Look the man up and down, taking in his tan skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. Right in front of your husband? Dude, he's here to watch me date other people. That's what he's here for. That's what my husband's here for. Duh. Anyways. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. So he's a cuck too? Is Dojima a cuck? I guess he would be, yeah. In this instance, yeah. I live here. I live right here. My name is Terra. Great. Nice to meet you, Terra. He gave you a broad smile, relief settling on his face. He's so handsome. 20 bucks? What is he giving me 20 bucks for? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hands as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him.
Well...
Could you do me a favor? Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have... Let me start over. Dude, walking up to a child and holding out a $20 bill and being like, can you do me a favor? Is crazy fucking work. Hello? I'm running away and telling my moms. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it made him look creepier. I have a son. His name is Cove. He's about your age. Cove, that seems like a strange name for an actual living person to you. Well, my name's Terra, so... This guy was definitely obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. Never met anyone with that name. We moved in across the street, see? He just entered the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the light afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign is finally gone. You must be Terra Shrimpo, right? I met your moms earlier, and they told me you were 8, just like him, so... He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. That smile is scary! He's so handsome, though. I'm like, what the hell? Can you try to be friends with the boy? Just give it a chance and you can keep it. He's a good kid, you'll like him.
Do you mind?
But you gotta keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? I'm gonna say it because, like, the thing is, like, I'm not gonna take this man's money, but I'll be friends with him. You eyed the man. What could be so bad about this Cove kid that his dad would need to bribe strangers to be friends with him? What do you say? Want to make a deal? I don't want the money. I don't want to be paid for that. It's too weird. He deflated enough to notice, but not completely.
Are you sure?
It won't be so bad. Even if it's just for the summer, that'd be enough. That only made this sound more strange to you. Why does it lasting for the summer matter? When it was clear his initial strategy wasn't going to fly, he tucked the bill into a back pocket and changed the request. I get it. You don't have to. Would you be comfortable with he and I coming by for a normal visit? No money involved. Yeah, I want to meet him. His smile got bigger again. His eyes crinkled at the sides. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but... well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said that, but the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. Can't miss it. I got glasses too. Sure thing. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. But you were still going to help. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away instead. Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back, and that's not the... Thank you, Benny. I can't believe it's been a year. It's crazy. Okay, that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Terra, so much. You're welcome, Cove's dad. Do you have a name other than Cove's dad? He jogged off down the street without another word. He decided to check the hills behind your house. Alright, let's see. Cove? You back here? Hello? The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves. You didn't enjoy the beach all that much, especially the sand, which got... I don't like sand. It's coarse. It gets everywhere. Totally... Never mind. Star Wars reference. Anyways, I love the ocean. I do love the ocean. I think the ocean is so beautiful. But as a kid, I did believe in mermaids and stuff. I mean, the ocean is so vast. Like, honestly, I don't know. Maybe there are mermaids down there. Who knows? In this world, anything's possible. I love the ocean. Sometimes Lizzie would join you, the two of you splashing each other in the waves. Those were the best days. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax, and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Aww. There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, around almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have pink casts, sad frowns. But this new boy did. You wondered what could have upset him. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another. And then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hey, Space Cadet. I'm gonna say it because that is... I like that. Hey, Space Cadet. Should I say hey, Space Cadet, or hi? Space Cadet is silly, and I kind of like that. Hey, Space Cadet. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. Oh, he's gonna cry. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks, and his knees soaking the hem at his shorts. His eyes were still shining, with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it... Actually, hold on. I want to do this again. Yes. I want to say hi. It's the same thing. Okay. You obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? Eyes wide, he studied you. How do you know that? I'm all-knowing. I'm gonna say, I'm all-knowing. That's a lie. Tell the truth. Okay, your dad told me who you were.
Oh.
Oh. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. You can't own a hill. Why not? How could you? You just do. I had a hill back home. Well, this still isn't mine. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. This is so beautiful. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they'd never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents. They didn't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him, and now we have a house here, and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the backs of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. I'm sorry. He slipped his hand underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. You felt bad for him, being forced to come here with no choice. You couldn't imagine what it would feel like to live with only one of your moms, but it must be pretty hard. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Terra!
Cove?
Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here. Well, I'm not gonna tell.
I want to go home.
I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. It'll be okay. You were struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna be all fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then you can count on him when you really need him. He shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Clove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his non-bandaged arm.
Sorry.
I still don't want to go. You waited silently with him. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Dude, my moms are beautiful. Both your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Terra, you're here after all. We had been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. Why is everyone acting like this is such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. No, we're just sitting in the grass. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? He looked at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. Yes, I like him. You nodded, smiling slightly. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you.
That's a relief.
Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Terra knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove.
Bye.
Aww. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper playdate tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? It sounds like words. Ducking your head down? Oh, that's kind of cute. Both of your moms laughed, the sound overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulders and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove for this step. It can change in later steps. Okay. I think... I like the idea of having a childhood crush. I feel like we've all... I would say relax. I think we all have that. I kind of want to either do fond or crush. Should I do fond or crush, Benny? For my feelings towards Cove, I'm stuck between them. Can't relate. Well, like, should I? Okay. Well, now, crush. Really jump right into crush, because I'm like thinking, and maybe it'll change over time. But I'll do crush. Crush is cute. Oh wait, it has a little blushy when you choose crush. That's so cute. The little blushy is cute. Actually, yeah, fond. Okay, we'll do fond, because I'm thinking this is just the beginning for us, right? So we want to give them space to grow. Okay, ready. Relaxed fondness. You won't be able to change it again until step 2. So are we sure? Should we do relaxed fondness? I think the next one for step 2 we'll do like nervous crush, because I think that's like cute, you know, like build them up. All right. Yes, relaxed fondness. We're sure. Okay. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finish your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. That fucking smile! Scary. Excited to see your new friend again, Terra? Yeah, I am.
How sweet.
I'm so happy he moved in.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Haha, I don't know, am I? Yeah. With all the exasperation an 8-year-old can muster, you looked at your empty cereal bowl, then at Mom. Okay, attitude kid, we see. Good job, he should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Terra, could you get it? I'm on it. Wiggling out of your chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. Hey, Shrimpo family! Thanks for having us. Cove's dad is so handsome. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him, and Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, you smiled at Cove. He smiled back with some hesitation. Oh, this is cute! You twisted the crystal bead bracelet on your wrist. Ooh. The thing is, like, as a person, out of these ones, I would either do the threaded bracelet or the crystal bead. Because I have so many crystals, because I am into like the spiritual crystal girly stuff. That is me 100%. So I'm gonna go with crystal bead bracelet. Let's go play in my room.
Okay. Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals. That's so real, actually. I have so many stuffed animals. It's insane. A cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. I drew that. Cool. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. You started to feel a bit nervous. You hoped he liked your room. You had put in a lot of effort into making your room as nice as it was. You hoped he didn't say anything bad about it. Then his eyes landed on a tiny box of beach things you'd collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it, before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. This is so fucking adorable. I think so. Yeah, see? He gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand.
Neat.
This is a good collection. He got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice, or to be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. Oh right, I almost forgot. Shiloh is gonna be here today. Shiloh? Lizzie's friend. Or like, her #1 fan, I guess. Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine. But, you know. Come on, check out my shells some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that was washed ashore, and you pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you'd gotten each one and holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, you'd even learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell for all of them. Oh, this is so fucking cute. I really like this so far. Like, I don't know. This is cute. The thing is, I get really passionate when I'm talking about the stuff that I'm into, and I do get very self-conscious about it. The nice thing about being a streamer is that people just leave if they don't want to do it, and I don't see people leaving and choosing not to listen to me. But when I'm in conversation with people and I'm like talking about something I'm really passionate about, and I see just the slightest bit of disinterest on them, I falter. And I'm like, you know, it's not important, actually. Like, I'm just rambling. So I think that this would actually be how I am. Like, my voice would falter a little bit, and I'd be like, I'm talking too much. I realize I'm talking too much. You were really proud of your shell collection, and it made you happy that Cove was interested in it too. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then while showing him your collection. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden might be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. But I didn't take the money or anything. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. You should have asked. Okay, but great. Bust it open. We can keep looking while we wait for Shiloh. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken out loud yet. He turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. You can take it. Yeah, I would totally, like, I'm thinking if I was, like, this age, I'd be like, you can take it. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? Uh-huh, but I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. I'm insisting. Take it. No, it's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his sides. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove is your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were still sitting on the floor, looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. He'll be alright. He's here. We can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. Bro, it's not that serious. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. Do you want to break your other arm? Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea, let's go. I'm gonna save again. I'll come with you. Hurry, they'll see where we're going. He glanced back at you, then nodded. The two of you made your way to the window together. It wasn't much of a distance to clamber out, but by the time you landed gently in the bushes, you looked to see that Cove was already taking off away from the house. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him if you wanted to. He was not that fast. You knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast, but neither were you. He was fast. Cove, you ran as fast as your legs would take you, grass whipping at your ankles as you did so. Cautiously, Cove slowed down to a halt and looked back at you. Where are you going? I don't know. Somewhere else. I just don't want to see... Terra. You looked back and saw Shiloh huffing down the hill after you, the backpack he clutched bouncing all the way along the hill. What are you doing? Can I come? He must have seen you leaving out the window and followed behind.
Hi.
He seems like a sweet kid, though. Hi, are you Cove?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Shiloh. Okay. Kids are so funny because that's exactly how they are. They're like, hi, are you this person? Yeah. So what of it? What's it to you? Fuck you. Yep. Are we going back or are we gonna play outside? Shiloh's eyes moved between you and Cove. The smile remained strong on his face. It got a tiny frown from Cove in response. You were just grateful he hadn't asked why you had been running away. Inside, we left the box on the floor. Right, my shells and stuff. We have to make sure they're okay. With Shiloh channeling behind, you and Cove headed back towards the house. The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach thing some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. Hey, check out this scallop shell I found. Cool, right? It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay! Dude, Cove does not fuck with Shiloh at all. Dude, the shade is crazy. I like pink. Who the fuck asked? Dude, Cove is not fucked with Shiloh at all. Okay. I'm sorry, that really killed me. I don't know why that fucking made me laugh so much. Is it your favorite? Not really. Yo, this is so real. No, honestly though. Oh, look at this shell. Oh yeah, that's like pretty pink. It's just like my cast. I really like pink. Anyways, who the fuck asked this guy? What is? Baby green or blue? It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool.
I guess.
He does not fuck with Shiloh. What did Shiloh do? What did Shiloh do to deserve this fucking shade, bro? This is so funny. I like those colors too. Awesome. Both of them smile. Cove does not care about Shiloh at all. I fucking love that. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Aww. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park. He looked towards you. There's a park? Yeah, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Terra? The park is fun. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's right at the beach, so there's a lot of fun stuff to do, and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. I love the swings. As a kid, actually no, not even as a kid, even now. The swings are great. Swings are so fun, and they're very good for contemplation. If you ever need to sit and think about something, find a fucking park and go and sit on the swings. Listen to some music, sit and swing. I swear to God, it helps you think. I don't know, something about it. That sounds like it would be cool. So are you going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Terra, Shiloh. Hi. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the stand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You wondered if he would leave too. Who's that? I feel like I'm getting annoyed by the sister character. As an older sister... See, the thing is, I'm an older sister. I have a younger sister. And, we never had this problem because growing up, our next door neighbors had kids that were both of our ages, so there was never a problem. But I have a feeling this is gonna annoy me. It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms, as if to present the area to the newcomer. Without interrupting Lizzie's speech, Cove whispered in your ear, quiet enough that the others wouldn't overhear. I thought kids couldn't own places like parks and nails. That's so funny, because that's cute. You couldn't help but laugh a tiny bit. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wiggle your toes to the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. Dude, this is, oh my god. By a lot. My mom says you're Terra's age. Yeah. Thought so. I'm the only one in this group with double digits. So what, she's 10? She's 2 years older? What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth.
Oh.
Oh. For a second, it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted, and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads, or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna upset him. Only some of them don't like kids. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Tara in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hadn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I feel a little bit bad for Shiloh, but at the same time, Cove is like super funny. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely. You didn't really know. But she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. Ugh. You offered him a small smile that at least looked to reassure him some. For the rest of summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life. The way sun and lunch and the beach were. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. Okay, cute. Oh, and then, oh wait, so these are all things to do? There's so many. Okay, so these bottom ones, I did get DLC. So this game is free, but the DLC was on sale. I got all of the Cove's DLC for this for like $14. So where should we start? We've got shopping, grown up, long day, sandcastle, fireflies, sleepover, runaway, barbecue, ghost, and library. And then summer ended is how we ended. So let's start with shopping, right? Might as well start at the beginning. I didn't want to wait too long. I'm gonna get a snack in a little bit, actually. Oh, I'm too invested. All right. I wasn't even gone that long. I was gone for like maybe 2 seconds. Come back before it gets dark, all right, Sport? Liar. I got water. It's close enough. Plus it's, I'm using my voice a lot, so. I gotta drink. Also, we're gonna be live for a long time today. This is already at an hour and a half, and we already did like an hour before. We're gonna be live for like 5 hours today. Crazy. All right. The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. Because we're gonna play this. We're gonna play the whole thing of this. And then, depending on how I feel, we might even play another one. So, if not, we'll resume with more dating sims on Monday if we don't do the one that I got. So, he looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. A reminder of you when you first met Mr. Holden. Although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise, because a second later, his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, then his dad. Tara, hi.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Tara? Taking a walk. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's a lot of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the store by the beach. Why don't you go with him? He gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores, like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd since your mom's only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. I already have a problem with... Okay, Cove's dad, as handsome as he is, I don't know what happened with Cove's parents yet. I assume we'll get to that. But I always feel weird when I see parents just giving out money like that. Because I know that a lot of times, like, in my own personal experience, parents always give money as a way to, like, make things okay. And I have a feeling that's kind of what's happening. Like, hey, I know things have been shitty, but why don't you go buy a new toy or whatever. But yeah, I'm just thinking about that. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibility this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide, creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining, and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. You looked at Cove. He was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. You looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times. And although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a sound. He didn't say a word, my bad. You didn't either. What do you usually do on the beach? I kind of like enjoying the silence. I forgot what these the colors meant. I'm kind of curious what he has to say about what he was going to the shops for. I don't know. I'm so indecisive. What did you want to go to the shops for? I need a new sand pail. Yeah? What happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Whoa.
It disappeared. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well... Cove opened his mouth, then shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope. It wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? I like building sandcastles. I like swimming. Ooh, I would say when I go to the beach, I either like swimming or playing in the sand. So, I like to build sandcastles. Last summer, Lizzie and I built one that was as tall as me. And sometimes they have sandcastle building competitions down by the boardwalk. Cool. I bet you could win. You smiled at Cove. Maybe the two of you would build one together one day. That's freaking adorable. Are you kidding me? Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. I mean, I'm sure it's nice. I don't know, cause like, I'm trying to think about me. When I go to the beach, I like the smell of the beach. I like the atmosphere of the beach. I don't really want it mixing. It was alright. I mean, this stuff smells good, but, you know. There was a lot going on, but it beat staying home and doing nothing all day. You were sure that you and Cove could find something to fill the day if you looked around a bit. Cove was glancing from one side to the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there was something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat with 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read, "The Amazing Alexander," in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the Amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe we could stay and watch. Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as you raced back to the stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The Amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's that behind your ear? You backed away. I don't know what to choose. Nothing? Tell me. No, we're gonna get scammed. I'm gonna back away. It wasn't enough to deter him, and the crowd of people gathered behind you made it impossible to move any further. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer, and you swallowed anxiously. You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't know how he'd done it. There was light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The man plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you're really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to somebody else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. At least you had a fun time. You saw a magic trick and you had a great balloon. That was more than enough to make it a worthwhile event. Though that you thought that if you could find a card to practice with, maybe you could make it disappear too. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. Ooh. I did love kaleidoscopes as a kid. Though I always wanted a magic 8-ball, and I have a Rubik's Cube. We walked past the toys. I don't know what to do. Shapes and colors. Let's go with the kaleidoscope. Well, I always feel so... maybe this is just like my childhood anxiety. These kids picking up and touching things, my mom would have been like, don't touch anything. So I'm like, should we really be touching stuff? Let's just look. Look with our eyes, not with our hands. You know what I mean? I kind of like the kaleidoscope, so pick up the kaleidoscope. Oh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. The whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all different kinds of shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his floating dolphin, and you joined him. Are you having fun? He nodded, and you smiled back at him, happy to hear it. When Cove moved towards some stalls nearby, you followed beside him. Aww. While Cove looked at sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read "Handmade" standing proudly in front of it. There were lots of different kinds. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Cove likes the dolphin, right? So let's go with the dolphin. Because Cove has the dolphin thing, and I'm gonna go with dolphin. You hand stopped on the dolphin, so similar to your balloon animal. It was made of a bright material that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. You remembered once seeing a pod of dolphins swimming out in the distance at the beach, jumping out of the water and splashing as they dived back in. That was a great day. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. You don't have to. Cove didn't mind that. He took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. I was always gonna get you something. I already got the money for it. You smiled, pleased to have things work out. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you, too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pill to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove. Yeah. Oh. I don't know what to say. I don't want to upset him by saying your dad gives out money a lot, huh? Fuck it, we save. I really like this keychain. Thank you. It's nice. Cove looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did yours, let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. I kind of want to see what happens if you ask about the money. Your dad gives out money a lot, huh? From what you've seen, that happens a lot with Mr. Holden. You never met anyone else who shares dollar bills with people all the time. Cove's brow furrowed in confusion. I don't know, maybe. No, I don't want to do that. I want to go back to my original answer. Yes, I really like this keychain. He too wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you... I like sweet pretzels, but honestly, I would just go with cheese. Can't go with a wrong with some good old nacho cheese on him. You know what I'm talking about? Got one with cheese. He licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. It was covered in gooey melted cheese, just the way you liked it. It seemed odd to get a dessert pretzel before eating normal food. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that had the grit of sand. Oh, that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree, but an idea hit you. I know. After placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist. Oh. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled, satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast, restricting his fingers on the other hand and a string already tangled around the other.
Okay.
Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. You turned to face towards the beach, almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper and was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name is Merryweather. He's the prince of dolphins. Mine's name is Splash. They star in movies. My name is Cherry, and she's actually an alien. I'm gonna go with Splash. Their trainer used fish and treats to help them perform tricks. They're the most famous dolphin in the world. You sigh. You wish you could star in a movie with a real-life dolphin. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh no. For a second, all Dick Cove was gape in shock, like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. Terra, it... You can have my balloon. You looked at Cove, then up to your balloon, bobbing gently in the air above you. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cove sniffled, glancing up to the balloon, then back at you. No, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. Cove shook his head. Even though it wasn't your fault, you felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to lift Cove's spirits, and that was good. The passing of Cove's balloon was a major event in your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. That was cute. I'm loving this so far. We're gonna be here for a while. This is only step 1. There's 4 steps. Alright, let's do grown up. Alright. Then we're jumping into it. One sweltering day. Sorry if you can hear my mouth noises. I'm eating. Hold on. Before we do that, I'm just gonna shout out again my very good friend, that guy. He's live right now. So if you don't already follow him, you should follow him. Alright. Back to my snack. Back for my snack. Sorry, y'all. Ooh. My model just freaked the fuck out. Alright. Back to it. If you want to. Why is my model freaking the fuck out? You see that? What is happening? I need to, hold on. We're restarting the VTube studio. It's freaking the fuck out for some reason. Bugging. Hella bugging. Hella bugging. Is Tajima trying to break free? It actually might be. Uh-oh. There we go. It's still bugging. What the hell? Why is my V2 studio bugging for? This is so funny looking, but like, Jesus, go back to normal. Why are you bugging for? Hold on. It's fucking so fucking bad right now. Today's streaming is just not it for me today. For some reason. Oh, and now it's bugging again. What the fuck is happening? Y'all see that? That's crazy. That's crazy. Am I gonna have to go shrimp mode? That's gonna be so sad if I have to do that. Why the hell is it bugging out for? Okay. It's bugging the fuck out. Do you see that? I'm so confused. Why is my tracking not working? Oh my god. Hold on. Gonna have this BRB. Gonna have to fix V2 Studio because what the fuck is happening? Because like, when I have it on, it's working fine. But as soon as I you don't see it. You don't see it bugging. It was bugging because it was like my model was freezing and then speeding up. But now it's fine. So we'll just hope it doesn't do that again. But anyways. No, what do you mean no? No, it was. It definitely was because it was doing it on my VTube studio. Like when I had it open. Alright. Anyways, one sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside and telling everyone they're too busy to play.
Why? Duh.
I said why, and it'll be fun, duh. I don't think I'm gonna like Lizzie. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides use the phone a lot. Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
Do you want to? I mean, Cove said it. That doesn't sound like fun. Yeah, I mean, playing adults is not really that fun. Being an adult is not really that fun. I bet we could come up with something else. But that's what I'm going to do. It's not as fun when I play pretend adults by myself. Do you do that a lot? What's it to you? Looking at Lizzie, it seems Cove felt he could understand where she was coming from, and he sighed. Do you really not want to play, Terra? It was clear. He wanted some way out, but still felt guilty about it. You kept hesitating. You looked down at your friends. Whew, reading. You looked down at your hands, still unsure. Apparently tired of waiting for you to make up your mind, Lizzie sighed. Fine, go play over there, Terra. You flinched from her raised voice. It definitely wouldn't be fun to join now. Me and Cove will do it ourselves. It's decided. He looked back at you regretfully.
I guess.
Now go on. Nodding goodbye to the two of them, you trailed off to find something else to do. Like he promised, Cove stayed put while Lizzie for the next couple hours while you... I would love to build a fort. I used to love building like pillow forts. Build a fort. You could hear them talking as you raced to your room to take the pillows and blankets from your bed. When you went back downstairs, you also took a couple of cushions from the sofa and found a spare blanket in the hallway cupboard. The dining room was the perfect place for building a fort. When you pulled out the chairs and covered them with blankets, you had plenty of room beneath the table to do whatever you wanted. You had just scattered the pillows inside the fort to make it more comfortable when you heard Lizzie and Cove's voice again, but this time they were much lower. Curious about what was happening, you craned your neck to hear them better. At first, you mostly only picked up on Lizzie's high-pitched shouting, giving orders, telling Cove what to do, yelling about sports and the Olympics. That was pretty typical for Lizzie, so there was nothing new to hear. But then you started hearing Cove more and more as time went on. It sounded like they weren't having a very good time. I gotta go check. You went to go see what was going on. You abandoned your pillow fort to go check what was happening with them. Hey, is something wrong? From up close, you could see that your sister was red-faced and pouting, while Cove mostly looked confused. Neither one paid you mind. Shut up, Cove. You're being so unreasonable. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You worried that the two of them were getting a little too angry over whatever it was. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them could keep working each other up as long as they could. Had the two of them been arguing like this the whole time? Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked in the room. Lizzie rushed over to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Terra, it's time to get ready to go.
Alright with that?
Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself. But...
Bye.
Bye, Cove. There was a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight.
Huh?
Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? I'm gonna tell the truth. We were playing pretend and things got intense. They were like cats and dogs. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as Mom put both her hands on her hips. Elizabeth, I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was...
That's enough.
No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Alright, we better get a move on.
Let's go.
Let's go, kids. Nolani, where did you leave the car keys? Nolani, I guess, is the other mom. Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents noticed she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe it would cheer her up. You were happy to see it brighten her up right away, and she started singing along with you. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it, so you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day. You stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of the sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Earlier, you only caught the tail end of your sister's argument with Cove, but you could kind of tell that all this helps Lizzie be less angry. Their car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from the silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew it was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. When she cut the engine, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips. See, it's tweaking out. Do you see that? I don't know what's going on with my model. As long as the stream is fine, it should be fine, but my model is tweaking out. I'm not really sure why. I'm gonna look this up real quick. It looks like it's technically apparently it's like a thing with my GPU, but it's fine now, so I don't know. Whatever. Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can cash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good, let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, and the rest of you followed behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. Being a tattletale didn't feel good, but you wouldn't want someone else to tell your moms, everything you did. Still, your mom had asked directly, and you wanted to be a liar even less. You don't want to lie. Lying ain't good. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without prompting, she stepped forward and began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Evening, Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
What a surprise, but of course you can say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called the Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Nolani, Tara, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry for bothering you so late. You spoke up to say hello to. Hi, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyways, it's good you didn't catch us at a time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out, Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you.
Are you sure?
Tara's on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth through the conversation seemed one-sided since he couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
I just wanted to call to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too because he sighed quietly. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wondered if she thought he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Cove. He perked up at the mention of your name. You smiled, even if he couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now, too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Okay, that's nice. Let's see. Let's do long day. We might as well stay in order. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. That didn't happen much, especially since COVID had arrived. Without a Lizzie around, Shiloh looked at you for all the answers. It made you feel... I feel like I would get frustrated, but... or like, not feel anything at all. Nothing really. Shiloh went along with whatever you wanted, so he wasn't a bother, but he also wasn't that much fun. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet, something like a popsicle. I feel like when it's really, really hot, I love ice cream, as does everybody else. But when I feel like it's really, really hot, I don't want something that's gonna be dairy, because it gets like that feeling like I'm almost like suffocating. Stuff with fruit, like popsicles, are better when it's super, super hot because it's like more refreshing, I feel. You wanted something fruity and brightly colored. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be attained. But they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. You voiced your predicament out loud. I want a popsicle. Shiloh, who had been draped over the couch, perked up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. We don't have anything like that in the house. I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus one stray button. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1, you announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he had been watching you expectantly. It's not enough.
Sorry.
We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs. But every so often, one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and swinging into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pooling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking at you for confirmation, but your thrill of success and the reward that you would follow canceled out any feelings you might have had about that. Yeah! You could now afford something at the shops. Just one thing. That was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar buoyed you on to your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You know what you wanted, but it wasn't just you had to contribute the fun stick of the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting a popsicle? Charlotte asked as though he is entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. You tried to get something you both wanted anyways. It wasn't fair for you to be the one to decide when he'd been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice creams? Which one is your favorite? Oh, it's so hard to pick. I don't know. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You sucked on the fruity popsicle you bought. The icy treat cooled you down perfectly, and the zesty flavor was refreshing. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head. Oh, that's so sweet. He didn't want any? After everything you did to get it? That was weird. You tried to include Shiloh. Even if Shiloh said it was okay, every story you'd ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground, even as the tree started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already, so you can have it. That's more than fair. You held it out to him. I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it, so eat your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up. It's really good, thank you. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Shiloh was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was gross, and that's the real reason he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. The two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. You thought that was kind of sad. Are we friends? Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. Yeah, I think so. He says that, but friends should be able to talk to each other without being scared. If Shiloh wouldn't do that, were you really even friends at all? He rubbed his hands together nervously over your non-reaction. I'm sorry. You weren't sure how sorry he could be without knowing what he's even apologizing for, but you shook your head. He didn't do anything. It was true. Shiloh hadn't done something mean. He'd gone out of his way to make you happy. That didn't seem like it should be a bad thing. Yet it bothered you. I just don't know if you like me. It's like, it doesn't matter what I do, you're gonna act the same. I could be anyone and you wouldn't care. No, I like you. I really, really like you, Terra. I want to be friends. Okay. You smiled hesitantly at him, and his fidgeting ceased, even though you weren't sure if you believed him. This was only making things worse. You decided that there were all types of friends. If Shiloh wasn't able to do things differently, this would have to be alright. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times, and there had been confusing ones. You were positive one thing at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you, carefully asked about what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Terra, I got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Oh, sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sank. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out the condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them. But the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do? No, I'm just going to stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
I'm just saying that because you're a chicken.
Cove glared, but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? I'm gonna save. Let's do that. Yeah, cluck cluck. She can't tease you about being a chicken if you are. In fact, a chicken hunched over. If you are in fact a chicken, hunched over, you folded your arms to form wings and pat them up and down. For once, your sister seemed at a loss. Didn't take her long to regain her usual confidence. So you admit it. You continue. It's so funny. You continue to flap your arm wings as you circle your sister, clucking all the while. There's no shame in being a chicken. Being a chicken.
Yeah.
You're a chicken. Things were not going the way Lizzie expected. She fought against a laugh and looked for a way to restore her serious authority. You and Cove are both little chickens. Cove folded his arms, and the one with the cast wasn't as tightly tucked down and joined you in cheeping around. It's hard to cluck through the giggles that rose up when you saw him, imitating a chicken, but you still both gave first-class performance. This is so cute. The door to the old couple's condo flung open to reveal one of the culprits behind Cove's tear, so you froze, wings cleared. Can't you let anyone have a bit of peace and quiet? He must not be a fan of theater or farm minnows, as well as kids. That was the only explanation for his outburst, which was far louder than anything you and Cove had done. Go on, beat it. It was distinctly unfair, but Cove's lip was trembling, and you thought it would be best to heed his command. Lizzie took off, with Shiloh immediately trailing after her without much as a glance back in your direction. So much for friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man's hollers propelled you all through the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache in your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of the cool grass against your skin.
Cove.
Hey, Cove. Cove lifted his head. I told you they were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. I mean, it would make me feel a little upset. You felt a little sad after how much time. You had been hoping the two of you might become closer, but you had to let it go. He was happy where he was. There were other things to attend to anyways. You wriggled closer to Cove. This is cute. He had calmed down, for the most part, and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill have a name. White linen poppy, Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Oh, wow, so many options. Type your own answer. I love that. That type your own answer is awesome. Pluralized. Lily of the Valley. That's my favorite flower, guys. Lily of the Valley. Gotta press enter. A lily of the valley, huh? Neat. Thanks. Wow, this is beautiful. You moved on your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, and merging and morphing into new shapes. I'm gonna say a dolphin. I'm loving the dolphin vibes, you know? You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Look, a dolphin. Cove joined you in gazing skyward. This is so pretty. Like, I genuinely, this is so gorge. I can't believe this game is free. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. Hey, he chuckled at your reaction. This is so cute. I love this. This is cute. All the sunlight faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was the child of the sea. You... Hold on, I'm getting... People are blowing up my freaking phone real quick. I am getting my phone blown up. Let's see. Give me 1 second. There's pictures of my niece and nephew. I love them. Alright. Sorry, my phone is getting blown the fuck up. So blown the fuck up. Alright. There we go. Now we can continue. Alright. I wanted to go to the beach too. So you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. You stepped onto the sand for a second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour, abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand. Too big to belong to any of you were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The music and just like everything about this is so freaking beautiful. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Geez, you don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishies. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. But the bubble baths are luxurious. You never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She turns the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyways? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would someone want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by the waves. Even if Shallow never seemed upset when the topic came up, it made you feel awkward for just having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Tara. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me.
Sorry.
Aw, I never had her dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. Bad fucking joke. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways.
Yeah.
Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence was broken with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shallow scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. This is cute. This is so reminiscent to me of what being a kid is like. Like, this makes me think of my childhood so much. I mean, I didn't live in a place with, like, oceans and stuff, but the vibes, you know? You retaliated. Used your foot to smack the water pooling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she spluttered, some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck! Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shallow or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game in war. Shallow's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, causing him to fall face first onto the ground. This would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shallow sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain, as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head, and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Way to go. Be nice. You offered him some help. Shallow didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice. She held her hands out to Shallow too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. They then slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. That's hilarious. You don't remember anything before 10? My memories in my childhood are very come and go. I don't remember a lot from when I was younger, but some of my core memories are from that time, so, you know, I remember some, and I forget others. Why is my VTube studio not working now? Like, it's not even working. There we go. There we go. See, it was not streaming. Okay.
Sorry.
What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extricated herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheeks. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove Cove laughing at two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footprints and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as the cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside, chatting to Cove's dad. We're back. Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you all were in, ranging from messy to soaked.
No.
Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half of the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home, cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that had gone wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time had just as much fun. That might be right, kids. What can you do? Come on, Cove, let's get you cleaned up and dried off. We would want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought. Okay. That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Ripple family, and Shiloh too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, you waved back. Good night.
Fine.
Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on inside. Everybody inside, I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom. Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall until you were less sandy. You weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat for once. Lizzie, being much more stoked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer, and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. This game is so beautiful. I genuinely am having such a good time right now. We're almost 3 hours in and we're not even in the second step. We're gonna be here for a long time. This is gonna be a long stream today. I hope you're all ready. Alright. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. Hold on. I gotta turn the light on in my room. Give me 1 second. Alright. Here we go. This is much better. Now I can do this forever. I'm just kidding. Oh yeah, because he has this cast, he can't do stuff. But there's no way he'd be swimming anytime soon. Not with this cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering in blue, another reminded of the places he couldn't go. From what you'd heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. I'm gonna do one more thing before we continue. I don't know about y'all, but one thing that is a pet peeve of mine is having chapped lips. My lips were getting dry. Oh my god. I need to stay moisturized. Whew. Otherwise, I freak the fuck out. Alright. Much better. Okay. Like, make a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his arm. You thought about his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here, with you and Shiloh and Lizzie, and everyone else, and he couldn't even go in the sea. This town wasn't bad, it had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there, on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everyone else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said out loud what you'd been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids. Yeah. Oops. Swimming might be fun if we could. But it's not like there's anything we can do about it. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation, Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. Well, I made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. How do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh focused more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to have made humble structures prepared. That's all kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger and add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle. Cool. This is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make... I want to make a castle too. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. It seemed you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of shelves, but there were still options. Sea glass! I love sea glass. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. It was see-through and sparkly. So you put it in a funny place, where it'd take a second look to see it. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at the water. I want to see Cove's. Wait, no, or should I not look? I'll not look. I'll wait. I'll wait. You said watch some clouds go by. The silence was then broken. What's on top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looked like smoke.
Neat.
It's good. That's smart. You should be an architect. Yeah, I didn't think of that. You really know a lot about this. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Terra, can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. The castle you built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms are the queens. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Terra, what did you do? This is my castle. Shiloh didn't look so happy anymore. You both built castles?
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. How you guys matched. It's too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everyone is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special.
Why?
Why not? Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Terra? He waited to see if Shiloh would say what he wanted to. When he didn't, you considered Cove's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him. But you knew him better at this point. Now that you had thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Tara's parents and my dad met the same day I met her. I'm gonna say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they wanted to is important too. Say it. I mean, the thing is, right, Cove has been talking, and Shiloh has been waiting. I think Shiloh wants to talk too. Huh? We were talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen. Shiloh's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Cove continued like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there. The ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded and then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you gonna finish your story? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. I don't know what to say to that, buddy. Thanks for telling me. You're welcome. He's cute. That's cute. Even if not much happened, you weren't gonna complain about knowing the story. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Well,
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastles. It made me remember when I moved to here. My dad showed me the beach first, before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brow furrowed a little as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other talk had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay. It's kind of weird. Cove is a little bit of an ass. Like, he's such a, I know that they're kids, and this is how kids act, but Jesus. He's judgy. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment, and his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this, perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad, he seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody is named Cove.
Ask you to come.
Ooh, he's snapping. It was probably just your dad bugging Terra's family some more because you don't have anyone else who will ever play with you. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't even know how to laugh off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd be upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Ooh. This is awkward. And none of these options are like things I would say. You nervously messed with the sand. You picked up some sand and turned it over in your hands. There didn't seem to be much you could do to stop the fight, and you weren't sure what to do with yourself. Cove looked over at what you were doing and started building his own set of walls. Shiloh took a breath before kneeling back down to his own patch of sand. It seemed that they both decided to try playing again. You were glad for that. You all went back to making more building sandcastles. Sand buildings. What the fuck am I saying? I can't read. But the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. Well, the air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. Cove and Shiloh had mostly followed your lead and barely said a word. His mom sitting behind him, even Shiloh's goodbye had been quiet. Friendly, cheerful, but noticeably quiet. But when Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together towards the neighborhood. Oh my gosh! Hello, Luna the Stinky. Thank you so much for the follow, and holy shit, that scared me, but we reached our 90 follower goal. Yippee! Thank you. Thank you for the follow. That scared the shit out of me. We're playing Our Life, which is a visual novel dating sim. I've never played this before, so I'm having a great time. We've been going at it for 3 hours now. Welcome in. Thank you for being here, and I hope you have a good time. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. Hello, welcome in. You asked Cove what he's thinking. Something was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to him and ask. Hey Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face.
Oh.
I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why'd Shiloh act like that when I said he was all red a lot? You were being rude to him. You shouldn't make fun of him. I wasn't. It sounded like you were to me. I didn't mean to. I guess I can get it. why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. How are you today, Luna, by the way? Just want to ask how you're doing on this lovely Valentine's Day. Hey, Tara. Was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Oh, shit. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You know you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. I got sick on Valentine's Day. I'm so sorry to hear that. That is really, really unfortunate. I hope you're resting up, though. Rest up. Take care of yourself. Fuck, I feel so conflicted. I want to tell him the truth, but I also don't want him to, like, think badly of me, you know? Fuck, what do I do? Alright. I saved, so let's tell him the truth. Remember how you talked about how our parents met and I didn't really know what happened? Yeah. I kind of had something happen that you don't know about when I met your dad. As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You wanted to turn away, but you kept your eyes on his as he spoke. I was walking home, and your dad was sitting in front of the house. And it must have been after you ran away. My moms weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me. He got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me that he had just moved in the house next to mine. Cove was listening, his expression as plain as before. He paused for a moment, wondering if he should really keep going. It's bad, but you should tell him. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should still know. Your dad thought that you might be lonely here, so he wanted me to be your friend. He said he'd give me $20 if I did. Cove was so still you thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, and no sound left him. Silence stretched between you, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another, and your hands tensed up. Please say something. What? I didn't take the money, though! I didn't take it! Cove, I didn't take it! Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth. His eyebrows bent up, crinkling his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was going to cry, you were certain of it. I didn't take it! The money! I didn't want it! Honest! Cove raised his hands and brought them up under his glasses. His fingers passed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then right in the middle of the street, the tears began to fall. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers, slipping down his cheeks. Cove, it's okay. I feel so bad for him. I didn't take the money. And I would never do that. Fuck. You placed your hand on his head. Unsure, you so slowly placed your hand on top of his head. Your mommy did that for you sometimes. No, but Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence. Go away. You flinched at the shout. As soon as you stood there listening to him cry, you felt bad about everything. You wish you were still making sandcastles on the beach. Before Cove was sad, before Shiloh was mad, everything had been so much better then. Cove continued to weep with his face covered by his hands. Worse, his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was awful. You kept feeling worse every second. I don't know what to fucking do. I'm saving. I want to hug him. But also, this makes me want to cry. You start crying too. You don't know what to do to stop Cove from crying. You began to panic. Before you realized it, your eyes were missing over. Then you were crying with him. You couldn't stop. You heard a door opening and you flinched, expecting to see one of the mean old grandparents betraying themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working or down in town, but the grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise in the street. You didn't want Cove to deal with that right now. You tried to come up with something you could do for him, for the situation, for anything. But the door that stood open now didn't belong to the grandparents. To your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. His dad was already home. As he peeked out this door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he had suspicions on the noise outside, but wasn't entirely positive, though a kid crying is pretty distinct, and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pained and it was scared, and it reminded you of the one he'd worn the first night you met Cove. Mr. Holden didn't go down the stairs in the front of this house. I think I played for 20 hours. This game already, I'm loving it. We've been here for 3 hours and we're not even done with the first part. This is so good. It's so well made. I'm like crying. He jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. I can tell, like, I can't believe this was free. I mean, I paid for the DLC because I wanted to see more. I wanted more from it. I can't believe this is free, though. I can't believe how much you get for free. For free! He skated to a stop before Cove, bent down on one knee, and then solidly cupped Cove's teary face in his hands.
What's wrong?
Are you hurt anywhere? Cove continued to cry, unable or unwilling to cough out an explanation. Not taking his hands from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to you for an explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. He was asking if you made me hang out with him. You did, so I told Cove how you wanted to give me money to be his friend. As you spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose while he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words.
What?
He clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head. He faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done something like that in the first place. He cast his eyes down, sighing. Then he next spoke. It wasn't part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Tara's only a kid. Tears were still streaming down Cove's face. Smiling sadly, Mr. Holden wiped Cove's cheeks with a thumb. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet. Confused, he stared at the little rectangle that all the adults seemed to carry in some shape or form. Representation in this game is great. I am, like, so... I'm, like, okay. This game is so good. I love... I'm kind of sad that I took so long to play it, because this is my first time ever playing it. But at the same time, I just saw a TikTok about this yesterday. I kind of wish I had it. But it was like... it was about this game, and people in the comments were like, man, I wish I could play this for the first time over again. And I'm so glad that I'm getting to experience it for the first time. And I'm also glad that I have it recorded so that I can go back and watch it and see how it feels for the first time. Because I'm, like, gonna cry. This is so good. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly of a different mind to you. He inexplicably retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it to Cove's face. Cove's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. Cove peeked between his hands, and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if it was surrounded by sobs, you were glad that something else had finally left Cove's mouth. They're making a second game? Are you serious? Okay, I'm so sat. I'm so sat. This is great. I keep playing these games that are having second games coming out this year, and I'm so excited. I played Road to Empress, which, if you don't know, is like, it's like one of those, like, live action choices matter kind of games. I played that, and I just finished it, like, last week, and they're coming out with a second one this year. they're coming out with a second one of this year? I'm freaking the fuck out. I'm sad. I'm so excited. Sorry, that something came over me. I'm so excited. I love this. I'm loving this so much. Also, just beautiful. This whole, like, the art, the music, the vibes, so beautiful. I'm loving it.
Come on.
Hey, Cove. Can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. I knew. Okay, I said this earlier, Luna, before you were here. I'm gonna say it again because I just was feeling it. But Cove's dad does this thing that I think a lot of parents who are struggling with children who are struggling with certain situations. This happened like when I was a child. He seems like the parent to be like, here's money to make things better. And it rubbed me the wrong way. I said that as point blank. As soon as he was giving Cove money, I was like, ooh, this does not feel right. We're 8 years old. We don't need 20 bucks. We need to go outside and have fun and have parents that support us and stuff. I don't like this. This makes me upset. Cove dropped his hands from his face. It had already been red and wet with tears, but now his features were scrunched up in a scowl. Not for the first time, you questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. He had to use 2 hands, but Cove firmly shoved his dad's own hand away. But Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled as it flew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the ground. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrist and lowered them to Cove's side, stopping him from hiding his face once more. The art is so good. The art is so good. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Huffing, Cove turned his whole head away. Tears continued to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns, but you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
I still make you sad and upset, just like right now. Cove sniffed, the harsh lines of his brow mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hand as he continued. Terra's smart too, right? Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about, except for me. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. Though the stream of tears had eased, drops still budded in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son, so much. More than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Scrunching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. When his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there was no tears left on the precipice of his lower lashes. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed.
Okay.
I feel so bad for Cove. Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high in the air with a grin. Cove's hands flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling off. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove so that he was securely pinned against his chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. Cove is so relatable. I've been saying this. I've said this since Cove was talking to Shiloh and was like, okay. He's so sassy, but he's also just, I love. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down now?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground. He waited until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. As Cove wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. You sighed, eyes downcast. You felt weird that you'd only been able to stand there while the events unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. I couldn't make him feel better. It's Don't worry about it, please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked, and you weren't impressed. Hey, I mean that. The first part anyway. There's only so much you can do to try fixing someone else's mistake. He smiled sincerely at you. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it.
That's a relief.
Thank you for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. As the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. You cocked your head, and Cove's dad raised his eyebrows. Cove looked at the crumpled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I don't want this. You can have it. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that had happened behind his back. I can't take it. You decided not to take it. Shaking your head, you pushed the note back to Cove. I don't need it. But I don't want it. You were at a stalemate. Mr. Holden hummed thoughtfully, tapping his head. He gazed up at the wide sky as he pretended to give the conundrum serious consideration. I know. He plucked the bill from Cove and tore it right in two. You and Cove gasped in unison. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True, it won't work at the store like this, but now you can split it. Crouching down, he held out the pieces of you to you and Cove. You both looked at the two halves. Neither of you reached for them. It still has value. As a keepsake, a memory. And that's one of the most valuable things you can use money on.
So,
That sounds pretty good, huh? Maybe I'm getting smarter. I have a love-hate relationship with Cove's dad. Wordlessly, Cove stretched out a hand and took his half. You took yours, running a finger along the jagged edge of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share this exact same feature. Oh my god! I fucked that up, so pretend that lasts like 10 seconds now. The precise peaks and I'm so bad at fucking speaking. That's so fucking embarrassing. Throws of the tear, except for Cove's, which would bear them in reverse. It did feel like there was value left in it. Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat need to be going in. You probably should too. I bet your moms want to see you. Alright.
Bye.
Bye, Cove. Have a good night, and thanks, Terra. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home, the note clenched tightly in your hands. You felt lighter. I'm glad we told him, because I did not like having that over our heads, honestly. That was fucked. Okay, fireflies!
Alright!
Tonight we're going to catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fuck, I would fuck up some macaroni and cheese right now, actually. Ooh. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. English is not my main language. I was so bad reading some words too. The thing is, English is my first language. I also went to school for English. Like I'm like working to get an English degree and I still can't read. I still can't read. But it's fine. Who can really read? You know what I mean? Reading's overrated. Tonight was particularly balmy. You know there were bound to be tons of them around. Oh, you are you? Well, I was kind of hoping we could. Yeah. You rocked lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Mrs. Shrimpo? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. I used to love catching fireflies as a kid, too. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. but normally she would have picked them up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe you'd get to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. Well, it's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese in her mouth while you waited there for their response.
There.
Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, and then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, and waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay? Duh, Mom. That's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth.
Jeez.
No one is gonna die. Sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. I'll get it. Is it Cove? Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was. Huh? You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse at the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good morning. Good morning. Good evening, Cove. I'm so out of it. Oh! That's how you know I've been live for like 4 hours today. Good evening, Cove. Your mom had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Oh, Cove. Hi, you're here. Cove smiled at your enthusiastic greeting, and you'd hope Mommy would ask him to stay. It didn't matter why he was here. It meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Then for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye. Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him. Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. You hoped Cove would say yes. That way you wouldn't be the odd one out with Lizzie and Shiloh anymore.
Yeah.
I can do that. I never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been any where he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. The clip's one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fine.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie he was nearly stepping on her heels. Shiloh hesitated at the door. Coming? After a moment, he did.
Bye.
Bye, children. Bye, Mom. Hold on. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh. By the time you walked outside, you pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures getting farther and farther away.
Hurry up!
You're so slow, Terra. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. You tugged him along. Let's go! You reached out, first for his cast arm, and then corrected yourself and grabbed his other instead. He stumbled a bit at your pull, but went along easily enough after he got his balance. When you arrived at the hill with Cove in tow, your eyes widened at the beautiful sight. There were a lot of fireflies out, glowing against the backdrop of the dark sky. Lizzie was already standing on top of the hill, and Shiloh was running around near the middle.
Wow.
Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hey guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. You quietly looked on. It's cute. It's so cute. You took a couple of steps back slowly, trying not to spook the little bug as you admire how it glowed so brightly against Cove's head. Cove raised an eyebrow, giving you a confused look, and Shiloh giggled. You gestured to his head, and you reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped, then followed after the glow.
Oh,
Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. What? So confusing. Wait, what? You had 2 bandages on your hand, and you tried to be cautious of that. Why would I have bandages on my hands? I guess this is just like me as a kid. I didn't really get... I was pretty careful not getting cuts and scratches, but I did... I don't know. I wasn't too worried. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem less like a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his friend's hands around the firefly. Cove watched it vanish into the thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. You'll get the next one. Did you catch one? You nodded, and Cove gave up his hunt for the moment, coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand, and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly on top of one of the ones you were holding out. It tingled. That's so cute. That is so cute. That's so cute. Okay, you stayed very still. The last thing you wanted to do was accidentally scare the shining treasure off. Oh wait, and there's my bracelet that I chose earlier. Oh, that's so cute. Wait, that's so cute. I'm like, I love that. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled onto Cove's hand, and he quietly gasped. That's so fucking cute. Wait. It worked. Yeah, you got one. Cove's lip turned into a slow smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Terra. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack, performing an awkward low five. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone.
Sorry.
Oops, sorry. You teared up. I just start crying. You forgave him. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever.
You're right.
Right. Bugs have to stay outside. Let's go. Let's get another. Yeah, let's do that. Uh-huh, we can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. We'll get a bunch. With renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You're not sure how much time had passed while you were in the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first, you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. You were having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean, and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Terra, this way! You followed the sound of Cove's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms in front of him, reaching with his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare fireflies in the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques that you'd learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying for himself. There were a few times where you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was overall a huge success, with both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out, and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily, and his face seemed really flushed. That was fun. A lot of fun. You smiled at him broadly, happy that he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was.
Come on!
Terra, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. Shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you had heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning you with the quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eyes, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi!
Go!
You can't roll down the hill. You'll hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. This is the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important, got it? I guess. The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. I'll stay with Cove.
Really?
You don't have to. It's okay, I want to watch. You moved beside him on top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine. I'll be the winner whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. Countdown. Cove stood a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at a high speed towards the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two could reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill. Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, sputtering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad, you got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in. No! You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. Water. You caught Cove's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirit. The four of you walked back home together side by side down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyways. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. The storytelling in this is so good because, like, this feels like childhood. Like, they encompassed it so well. Like, it's something that you don't realize when you're playing, like, when you're a kid. You're having so much fun doing these things, feeling summer this way, that you don't notice it. But looking back on these moments, like when you're a kid, this is what life was like. Oh my god. Okay, so we've got so many. We've still got 5 DLCs. Should I only pick one and move on, or should I just do them all? Benny, are you still here? I kind of want to do them all. We're gonna be here for fucking forever, though. Oh, we got time. We might not finish this all today. Now that I'm realizing, we're probably not gonna finish. Okay. Let's watch barbecue. Okay. You're here. Should I do all the DLCs? Okay. You'd been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse of grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, and so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together, luring people in from all over the local area with promises of barbecue and fireworks. This makes me feel so reminiscent of my childhood. It's kind of insane. Your family and Coves were just 2 of many. It's better to do them all. Okay. I mean, these are the DLC, so I wasn't sure if I should do the DLC ones. What seemed like dozens of cars were parked up already when you had arrived. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. It was going to be so cool. Mommy had told you that people running the community event weren't charging for it, but she wanted them to get something in return, which is why you're not been allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcakes she had carried in her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she'd clutch the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. This is gonna make me cry. I genuinely feel like so connected to this. This is crazy. It's kind of crazy how much this reminds me of being a kid. You bet there had been no such dramatics around that cargo getting there in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes.
Okie dokie.
Everyone all set? Should be. Cove, did you put sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Ooh. I will be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Sorry about that. I had to do something for somebody real quick. But I'm back. Also got another snack while I was out there. Because we're going to be here for a second. Okay. Alright. Mr. Holden deflated, his attempt at caring for his son rebuffed, but he triumphed with a smile.
Good kid.
Good kid. I don't want you to... Words. I don't want you getting burned or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day.
Well,
Don't think there's going to be any risk of that second part. Mom nodded at the tables up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right. There was plenty to go around. Whew. I rushed, so... Sorry if you can hear my chewing. Come on now. YouTube studio, don't do this to me. Come on now. I'm crying. The parents headed over with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar. Chilled meat, sliced vegetables, big bag of chips. There were a lot that you didn't recognize. Your moms had said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. We should listen to the rules. You felt that was important. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they'd brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yeah, that'd be great. Alright, everyone's getting a drink. Hydrate. Along with the ones out, there was a giant ice cooler on the ground, stuffed full of cans of soda, boxes of juice, and milk. Milk on a hot day? Are you crazy? Oh, hell nah. As well as bottles of water. Your drink was... water. Hydrate. Water went down easily, quenching a thirst you hadn't noticed. Your little group took a break, while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, pantomiming enjoyment. That hit the spot. But you kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids like a general directing their battalion. She pointed that way. Come on, let's go over there. Cove's mouth was downturned as he looked away from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. But ultimately, he hunched his shoulders and tagged along with Lizzie. I don't want to leave Cove by himself. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pelted at full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. The other kids were far out in the field. Still, at your speed, it wasn't long until you reached them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers.
Hi.
I'm Lizzie. That's my little sister Terra, and the one with the cast is Cove. Hi. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. There were a chorus of hellos and names from the other kids. One of the kids looked to be Lizzie's age or older. The couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with arms folded over his chest. What are you up to? The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers who'd introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked to the others. Not much. The second kid to pipe up, Lisa, had half of her face obscured behind the huge glasses she wore. We haven't decided yet. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw the spray of water first, and heard the shriek as someone got splashed in the face before he spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guessed that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over, with a glint in her eyes and her braids streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand, too late, when the trigger had already been pressed. Ach! Rude! Hey! Lizzie, who had been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped the water from his face. You rubbed your ear, trying to dislodge the water that had been pooled there. Watch out, he has a cast! Worried, you looked at Cove's plastered arm. You knew that you had to be careful around it with it around water. It's okay. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your response. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl not meaning anything by it didn't change the fact that she had been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up as she had an idea. Hey, we should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody. Yeah. I don't know. Cove nodded as the other kids remembered their interest or lack of it in the game. I don't know. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me. He sat out in the silence as the other kids chased after the girl with the pistol. Spotting them racing after her, she laughed and shot her pistol in the air. Only a couple drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord within the group as they stumbled over each other in their uncoordinated attempt at turning. You watched quietly. It didn't seem necessary to do anything but watch what happened. The gap between the hunters and the hunted was narrowing. Eyes wide as they watched as Lisa lunged and tackled her friends to the ground. Got her! Panting, she punched the air in triumph and then pushed her glasses back up to the bridge of her nose. The girl who had been caught giggled as she got to her feet, brushing strands of grass from her knees. Smiling, Cove came to a stop. Lizzie whooped with delight, clapping her hands. The boy with the bright green sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can. Yeah, I'll do it, but you won't get away from me. They all dispersed, squealing and laughing as they tried to evade capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by a light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up to your nose. Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange as the sun sunk down into the horizon. With all the excitement, you lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over the grills and poking them to life. It was nearly time to eat. We should go over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah. Bye. It was cool playing. Yep. Bye. Bye. You waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. The three of you approached the tables. Your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Oof, that's quite a cough. You're alright, sweetie? I'm fine. Are you sure? No one needs to go up to the grills if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There was no response from the other two kids here. You hung your head, moving no closer to the smoking grills. Don't worry, I'll get it for you.
So,
The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you like on it. There's different meats and veggies. What would you like on yours? Mom is right. There's plenty of options. Well, I kind of have to go for the shrimp, don't I? Come on now. Shrimp. Oh, so potatoes, onion, shrimp, potato, onion. Fuck it, we'll do chicken. And that's everything. Sounds good to me. The veggies will be good for you. Order given, you waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. I do not like cooked peppers. Ugh, yuck. Noticing, I sound like an actual child. I just can't. Peppers when they're cooked, I just can't. Noticing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having?
Why?
Why does it matter? I don't know. I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all vegetables except onions. Lizzie hums while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess, but chicken is definitely the better one. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. I want some of the chicken too. Oh yeah, I can let you have some still. You're welcome. Dude, Lizzie is so, I don't even know what this is. She's so sister. Like, I have a younger sister. I'm the older one. She reminds me of my younger sister, kind of. Lizzie peered over to the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. They're coming over. Don't be jealous of mine and you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. There isn't a wrong choice. It's just what kebab somebody eats. The person serving gave your mom one final kebab, then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Reaching them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We got the goods! Cove's daddy is looking for a place we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out the kebabs to their rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. These are pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to pick yourselves at the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you tentatively pushed the tip of your skewer against your finger. It felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Though it didn't hurt, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mommy clicked her tongue. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everything, so we could set the food down. I'm assuming it's so we couldn't set the food down for a second.
True.
That's what you get for the price of free, but we can hack it, right? Lizzie nodded vigorously, clutching her bob like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the seating area. He beckoned your group over to join him. You clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. Your mom finally passed the final unclaimed kebabs to Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
Thanks, this looks delicious. Thank you for getting us the space out here. Everyone tucked into their food. Though you didn't think you'd use much energy standing around, you felt very ready to enjoy your dinner. Perhaps it had been the delicious smells that had filled the air, along with the smoke that had so irritated your throat. Mr. Holden, what do you do? Well, I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. She could enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress, but your sister took her passion very seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the feeble pawn. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense.
Don't worry about it.
Just as well, she'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. A drive is a type of golf shot. You should give real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Livy gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated.
Oh, nice.
That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated.
Why?
Then tell me something you really do already. Just go away. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving, though with the business, that's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading and snorkeling. Those are things Cove likes. Those are things Cove likes. Mr. Holden exaggeratedly puffed out his chest. What can I say? My boy's got good taste. He takes after his dad in that way. The sun had been setting when you got your food, and by the time you'd finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sum of its parts. The seasoning of the freedom to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle. Now that the food is gone, you gotta wash your hands.
Okay.
Tara, Lizzie, please hold them out. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mommy splashed some water over her fingers, and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Here. Mom passed her a paper towel from her purse, and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands. Your turn, Tara. You readily held your hands out to catch the water. Copying Lizzie, you wash your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holden shook his head.
Come on.
Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed the fabric with a scrunched-up napkin. Dad, it's not that bad. When everyone had cleaned up, or as clean as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up.
Let's go.
Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time. We had to get a good spot. Everywhere's gonna be taken. How about I go ahead to save space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place.
Okay.
Sure thing. I could use an extra pair of eyes. Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude.
That's fine.
Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Tara, why don't you go get the drinks? Okay. You nodded. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden head off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom in returning to the cooler where you picked up drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. Where it had originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice which had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool, was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. The drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful amongst them. Mom rummages around in the cooler, excavating a couple juice boxes from the bottom in the process. Tara, Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. You took a juice box to share and a water bottle for yourself. When you were each lit up with your chosen drink, plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over in the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy. Hold tight while I get this.
How are you?
Hey, how's it going? Did you find the perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuated by uh-huhs, as Mommy gave her directions. Catching your eye, she gestured towards the grassy area. We've got a place. Come on, we better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged over after your mom, who led you through the field and the separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families.
Hello.
Hello, we're here, and we've come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over the spare drinks. You held up the extra juice box. I brought this for someone.
How sweet.
You're so thoughtful, Tara. Despite Mommy replying pretty expectantly, there was just one person who made a claim to the sweet drink. Can I have it? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, I love you, Tara. Aww. You two are a real pair. That was sweet. Okay, once everyone had been equipped with a drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to happen. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their number had steadily decreasing as their parents called them over and restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups, pausing every so often. He nudged Cove and pointed. What are they doing? It looks like they're handing something out. I can't make out what it is.
What a pickle.
I hope it's not drinks. Mommy chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove were now watching the bestower of mystery goods keenly. Are they gonna come to us too? Mommy softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders, as if fearing Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, her eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know.
In that case,
We'll have to wait and see. You're intrigued. Studying the man with the box closely as he gradually meandered nearer, you could make out what he was handing out. That he was handing out small items to most of the groups he stopped at. They seemed too short to be water bottles, but beyond that it remained a mystery. Then the box man made his way to your group. Evening, I'm handing out dessert. Any takers? There's dessert? Lizzie squealed, hopping up from off the ground. The man chuckled. Aw. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu. Vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup.
nice.
Nice. None for me though, thanks. Same, but the offer is appreciated. I want chocolate. Can I have strawberry? A strawberry for me too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get strawberry. You were lactose intolerant. Yeah, I'm gonna do strawberry. Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. It came packaged with in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the paper lid. This is so nostalgic. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kids, are you going to thank the nice man too? There were a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group, considering how much he had to get to. You peeled back the tab that covered the ice cream and got right into your unexpected treat. It tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. Lizzie munched away happily, but it ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mommy and pulled on her pants. I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please?
Of course.
Of course, sweetie. Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her a dollop of the ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Mommy, come on now. Lizzie had all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheek, then dug her spoon in again and held it out to you. I just can't resist. Tara, would you like some of mine? She's already got that flavor. It's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. You passed on the bite. See, Tara knows how it is. It doesn't hurt to ask. Cove watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you better at least give me some too. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream. What? The kids have ice cream already and you're getting some of yours to boot? And I have nothing? Now is the time you decide to be firm? Laughing, Mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough.
There.
All better now? Yes. That's cute. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm still okay. But thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. Mommy was always so nice to everyone. You looked over at Cove. He was digging into his ice cream, which bore the same pinkish red twirl as yours. Want some of mine? You held your spoon out to him. Glancing up at you, Cove cocked his head at a curious angle. I already have that one. I want to share anyways. Cove looked around awkwardly, but nodded nonetheless. You took out a bit of ice cream and held your spoon out to him. After another furtive glance, he nibbled at it.
Oh.
Aww. Mommy was gazing at the two. Mom, stop! Stop looking at me! This is so embarrassing! Mommy was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was an open smile as if she was about to say something else, but Mom tugged at her collar. Mom! Oh, this is so embarrassing! Don't embarrass them. Cove didn't appear to hear the exchange. He took the spoon to his... This is so cute. He took the spoon to his own ice cream, excavated some, and held it out for you to eat. I gotta accept it. You accepted the treat. In the end, that kind of made it pointless. You each just ate the same strawberry ice cream out of different cups. Your mommy did like to say it was a thought that counted, though. That's so cute! So cute! So cute! Hey, if you're I'm sorry, this is so cute, I'm gonna cry. If you're sharing two, I'll take some. You already asked your mom to give you some.
So?
So what? Mommy was gonna let you have a bite, you just didn't take it. No. This is for me. This is a moment for me and Cove. Lizzie stuck her tongue out at the both of you and turned her attention back to her own cup of ice cream. Then the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as if alit. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the firework crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up to the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. The event was thrilling. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sky's sparkles and flashes overhead. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you and even gave a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. Mommy hopped to her feet, pulling Mom with her, pushing her into joining Lizzie in jumping up in tandem with every crack of fireworks. Mommy then bent down to offer you a hand too. You got up to join your family, beckoning for Cove to join. Cove got to his feet, tailing after you as you stood up with your family. Your mom's face lit up, literally and metaphorically, as you approached. The five of you shrieked and leapt along with the sparkles in the sky, not trying to contain your joy at experiencing the sights together. The fireworks continued, some twisting like a coil of a string as they arched into the air, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled every inch of the sky, the twinkling lights representing the full spectrum of the rainbow. The exhilaration that had fueled you while the fireworks were going off was sapped dry now that the show had finished. You collapsed into a giggling heap on the ground, suddenly aware of how your legs ached from your exertion. Cove tumbled down with you, his expression gleeful. Mr. Holden watched his son with an expression much happier than the one he had worn while watching the show. Lizzie gave a final whoop of delight and shared a high five with Mom as Mommy shouted for an encore into the night. You didn't know what that meant, but you liked the way it made Mom laugh. When the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family, their spirits buoyed by the fireworks display. Then your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own quieter way, and smiled. This had been a pretty special night. So freaking beautiful! I love this. I love this. Okay. These are taking forever. This is gonna take us forever. Okay, I'm gonna save. No, actually we're good. Okay. Library. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because you would win prizes. When it came to what you thought about having a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie, you loved it. I loved reading as a kid. I used to read all the time. I mean, I still read now, just less. Each time it'd been one of the highlights of your summer. Getting to hang out with Lizzie and Shiloh and learn new stuff was a lot of fun, even if Lizzie was super intense about it. You and Lizzie went to Shiloh before, and this year you brought Cove too. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he had driven all four of you. Oh, how nice. You had never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you a wide wave with the arm that had a stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay in the side of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
Though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'll probably hold you kids back. There's probably no pride from his son over what was likely meant as only a joke, Cove's dad seemed to deflate a bit. I'll swing around again when the shindig ends. I'm starting to feel a little bit sad for Cove's dad, because it's obvious that he loves Cove so much, but there's definitely like tension there, and he's trying, clearly, even if he's like not doing the best at it. But it seems like also he's a young dad. Like, from what I can tell, it seems like he's a young dad. Yeah, you can go home now. You don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister, already in full competition mode, cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there.
Come on.
We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after, when we win. Okay. See you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced age is really catching up to me now. Bye, Dad. Bye, son. I feel kind of bad for him. Okay, the four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Wide at the first sense of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. At least he tries to do better, unlike some parents. He loves his son. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, even though he did things that weren't necessarily like the right mode, like the thing with the money, he was looking out for Cove, obviously, but like his methods were wrong. It's obvious how much he loves his son. I'm hoping that the relationship gets better, is my hope. Okay. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours.
Hey.
Why are you looking at her? Terra's with us. Terra can come if she wants to. Cove's idea is more fun. Go over to Cove. You walked over to Cove, averting your eyes from Lizzie.
Seriously?
Sorry, Lizzie. Cove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. He knew this was one of the things you liked doing with your family, but you'd chosen time with him anyway. Ah, fine. Let's go, Shiloh. The thing is, like, we do it every year. We can switch it up once. You know what I mean? Ah, okay. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. That's just how Lizzie is, huh? I don't like it. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek? Hide and seek? Not exploring? Yep, if I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. You weren't entirely sure how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. Decision made, Cove took off towards the back of the library. You already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over to the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was... beside the fairy tale display. Near the older kids section, there was a display of a bunch of fancy-looking books. They were old copies of old stories. Leaning over the Hans Christian Andersen section, hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, you peered into a tiny corner. And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. Gotcha. I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. I'm like a bloodhound. Cove laughed as a smile overtook his face. You kind of are.
Okay.
Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hands, you went to go hide under the giant piece of fruit. What the hell? Near the stuffed animals. There was a place near the toddlers' books with lots of stuffed animals for kids to play with. A tiny section among the boxes of toys and beanbags was almost out of sight if you didn't check closely. It was the perfect place to blend in, and for a while you did just that. Unfortunately, all those stuffed animals were also your downfall. As soon as you took a breath and leaned back, one of their press-to-talk sensors went off. Oh dear, I'm late for a very important date. I'm late for it. I like that. Okay. Like a super spy detective on the trail of a diabolical supervillain, which in this case was probably you. Cove was there as soon as the white rabbit started squeaking. Wow, that's loud. Oh no. Clearly entertained by your dramatic pretend faint. Cove laughed. That's silly. Thanks, I know. He laughed again. This is so cute. They're cute. He wiggled in his spot, far away from the rabbit, and gestured for the rest of the library.
All right.
It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Okay. Cove darted off where you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi. When the time was up, he was long gone again. There was still a lot of good places to hide, so he figured he was... Let's do the Kid Detective poster. You figured he was probably near the poster with a gigantic image of a smirking kid detective. Cove could have hidden in the itty-bitty little reading area next to it. Glancing past the... Oh my god, Junie Reed Jones! I used to read that so much as a kid. You paused to stare at it a second, thinking, why would I call her Beatrice if her name is Junie? Shaking your head to clear away the distraction. You tiptoe in to see who was sitting in the comfy chair, and sure enough, it was Cove, but he was so absorbed in the book he was reading that he hadn't even noticed you yet. I don't think most people read while playing hide and seek. Cove glanced up in one rough motion. Oh, hi Terra. I wasn't sure when you'd get here. It took a while. Not that long. It could have been worse, but it could have been better. Let's keep playing. I'm doing good. He put his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth opening while he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're Terra, right? Mm-hmm. Phew, I found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him, and the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Ready to go home, you and Cole followed him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. There you are! She was pouting. You could tell all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Hey gang, I thought you'd been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't go off by yourself at least. Cove glanced over at you, then back up at his dad. Me too. Aw. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one in the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted from the exit, still in Victor Debut mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pound that she was still not had forgiven your betrayal. Cove had sighed when he had sit in the middle after Lizzie shot past him at the last second, but he cheered up some as he hopped in the back seat next to him. Aww. Did you say you came in second place? That's some good going.
No.
No, it's not. She levied another glance at you over her shoulder.
Sure.
Sure. Striving to improve is good too. I was winning in our game. Hardly. I was about to beat you. Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why?
Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You eyed the seat that she fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes? You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. Right. The big thing on the flyer was for this chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Great. Now only Cove gets anything good. Hey there. I'll ask your moms to be alright if you kids can have some too. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thanks, Cove's dad. Thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. This makes me feel so emotional. But you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that, I am. I will. There's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet Tara's parents wouldn't want her to run off unexpectedly either, okay, son?
Okay.
Okay. That's my boy. Now let's guff off. That's enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Sounds good. Anything else? And the conversation continued from there, with debates on what was best to put on a pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other three kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. You had a fun day already, but closing it out with the promise of a free pizza after all, and more time to hang out with Cove, made it even sweeter. It was a shame that you hadn't been able to do the quiz, but skipping it for just 1 year didn't hurt. It was worth it. That was sweet! We only have 3 left, and we go to the next one. I really want to leave sleepover for last. Let's do Ghost. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flicked through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. The ones that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor, Cove. It was funny how he had become such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. You thought a lot about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up with you. Then you heard something scrape against the window. It wasn't that uncommon for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. But the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. It was your imagination. You tried again to close your eyes and go to sleep, but the unknown scratching sounds didn't stop. It left your heart pounding. You couldn't ignore it. You went to talk to your moms about it. Your nerves were wound tight, ready to burst. Sleeping like this was not an option, and neither was waiting for whatever it was to make its move. You took a deep breath, then cast covers aside and leapt out of bed. You were out of the room, down the stairs, and into the still brightly lit safety of the living room in a matter of moments.
Are you okay?
What's wrong, sweetie? Your entrance had been swift, but it had not been silent. That was good. Your moms hurried to your side while you were catching your breath. The TV show they were watching continued to play in the background. Told them you were scared. You reached for the closest parent, clung to her dear life. There's a loud noise coming from the window. Aw, did it frighten you? Yeah. Mommy crouched down and held your hand, and Mom wrapped her arms around you. You felt the concern slip away. Nothing bad could happen while you were with your moms.
You alright with that?
Why don't the 3 of us go upstairs and check it together? We'll see what's causing the racket. Good plan. Tara, can you be brave and show us where the sound was coming from? We want to be especially sure that we checked thoroughly. You nodded. Mom released you from the hug with a proud look. He led them back to your window, still clutching Mommy's hand. Stopping in the doorway, you pointed to the window. It came from there, but I couldn't see anything. I'll go investigate. She flicked the light on with a click. Your heart leapt in your chest as your mom approached the window. Kneeling on your bed, she made a show of inspecting the area from every angle. I don't see anything either. Something was there. I heard it. All right. You and Mommy stay back here. I'll keep looking. I'll have to go outside. I'll be back. I'll be done in a jiffy. If it is the wind, we'll have to do our best to sleep through the sounds. If it's something else, it won't be there for much longer. She winked at you and punched one palm with the side of her palm with the fist of her other hand. Wait. You gave her another hug. You stepped into the room and gave her a hug of your own. Good luck. Thank you. She reached down to reciprocate. She bundled you close in her arms, so tight it became uncomfortable. Mom! You were released from your mom's grasp as she chuckled. Sorry. Mom then boldly left your room to put an end to the mystery. You scurried back to Mommy, who brushed your hair reassuringly. After a little while, your racing heart began to return to its normal place, and your eyelids grew heavy.
It's okay.
You might be comfier back on the bed. I can keep watch. Okay. Let's get you all settled in, nice and safe. Mommy made a nest of pillows and cushions where you eagerly snuggled into. Your head was elevated so you could see the window. At least you could when you kept your eyes open. Mommy sat beside the bed, still stroking your hand. Mom and I can take care of this. You just worry about getting enough sleep for tomorrow. I know it'll be another big day. Before you could think of anything otherwise, you drifted off to sleep. When you woke the next morning, it took a few moments to remember the events from the night before. Your moms weren't there right now. But you were feeling better. With the light sunshine glowing against the back of your curtains, it didn't seem so dangerous anymore. You hopped out of bed and headed down to breakfast, finding your parents already seated at the dining table. Mommy with a giant cup of coffee in her hands, and Mom with her nose in some papers. Good morning, honey. Were you able to sleep well? Yes. I dreamt I was a penguin sliding across the snow on my belly. Mommy smiled at you fondly, holding back a laugh. No more strange occurrences to report? Uh-huh. My investigation didn't turn up anything either. It must have been more scared of us than we were of it and ran off. I think you might be right, Pam. Sit down and have some breakfast while the toast is still warm. What kind of topping would you like? I want jam. Mama slid the jar over to you and you dug into it, grabbing a slice of toast and spreading the sweet-smelling glop. What a word, glop, over it. After breakfast, you decided to take a walk to the playground to get some fresh air. As you headed towards the playground, taking off your shoes to the soft fan squished between your toes, you spotted a familiar head of green hair. Cove! Cove was sitting on one of the strings, but he wasn't swinging at all. You moved closer, you noticed his eyes were closed. Cove? Positioning yourself in front of him, you see that he was breathing softly and his glasses had fallen down his nose a little. After a moment or two, you realize he couldn't hear you, so you said his name again, a little louder this time. Cove! This time you stirred, letting out a soft groan at the interruption. When Cove yawned and pushed his glasses back up his nose, blinking sleepily against the bright sun. Wake up, sleepyhead. Cove yawned, and you raised an eyebrow at him. I'm tired. I didn't sleep very well last night. There were these weird noises outside. You looked at him in shock, your hands beating faster in your chest and your palms began to sweat. Could Cove have heard the same thing as you? What kind of noises? Cove was quiet for a moment, his nose crinkled in thought. Like scratching, like clawing against the side of the house trying to climb up it. I went outside to check. Really? That's brave. It made you feel a little bit sheepish knowing Cove had gone out to investigate on his own while you had your mom look. But that didn't change how amazed you were by it. He was taken aback by your assessment.
Thanks.
It's cute. Did you find anything? Cove shrugged simply at the question, his mouth set in a grim line. Nothing. Then the sound stopped. That's a relief. The thought of it really being nothing gave you comfort, but you knew you'd find it easier to sleep, and you knew you'd find it easier to sleep at night. After that, the rest of the afternoon went by pretty normally, with Cove and you spending a little more time at the park together. That evening, when it started to grow dark once more, you thought back on what Cove had told you, how he didn't find anything outside of his house during the night. You held on to that memory, letting it comfort you and keep you brave when you went to bed, knowing that you had nothing to fear. That one was a short one. That was short but sweet. Okay. Woo! Let's take a deep breath. We've been at it for a while. My goodness. All right. We haven't even finished the first one. Oh my god. My gosh. Okay. Oh my god. It's almost 6. Jesus Christ. We've been at it all day. Should I take a break? No. Fuck it. We're gonna go into it. Run away. We're only have, after this one, we only have a sleepover, and then we're done with the first part. It was early, and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kiss stuff, you imagined. That was okay. What was forefront on your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. This is so cute! I'm sorry, it's so cute. As you walked through the familiar street, wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Hi, Cove. Can you come to the playground with me?
No.
No, sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had been an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Terra. What? Where? He shifted and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Oh, this is gonna hurt me, I have a feel. Cove liked to stuff things into his pockets, from what you had seen. But people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted you to know. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. He started to grow worried. Can I go too? He looked up at that. You'd hoped he'd agree, but instead he shook his head. I'll come back though. Sometime. I don't know when. We can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without another word, Cove turned on his heel and started to walk away. Wait! He kept going. His focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller. Then you realized that you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. The thought about your earlier plan of playing in the park suddenly it didn't seem fun anymore. Not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. I'm gonna stay there. You could play at the park some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere. You couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot. You just continued to look on quietly. It didn't take long to realize that he was just going up the street. You were positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park, or the beach, or the store, street, or his house, or anything. He was new. He might not know what you did. You jogged down the street to catch up with him. You slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eyes and frowned. Go away, Terra. I just want to say you're going the wrong way. There aren't any places the way you're going. His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. Why? What are you doing? Walking? Why can't I come with you if you're just walking? Cove let out a deep sigh. You got the feeling he was starting to get mad at you. I told you, I'm leaving. I'm going to be gone for a while. I still want to go with you. You can't. Why not? Cove came to a sudden stop. You almost kept walking ahead of him because you weren't expecting it. My dad doesn't know. If you come, you'll get in trouble when he finds out. You felt a knot start to grow in your stomach. You're not supposed to be leaving? His expression was grave. He shook his head. Dad isn't home right now. I left him a letter so you won't get confused when he gets back. But you can't tell anyone about this, okay? You can pretend you never saw me. I'll still want to go. I don't care if I get in trouble. Don't do it all by yourself. Cove's hard expression wavered. You could tell he hadn't expected you to say that.
Really?
You don't think it's a bad idea or something? I don't know. But if you're doing it anyways, I should too. His lips curved into a smile.
Okay.
You can come. You grinned, pleased that he gave in so easily. You thought it might take longer since he was so set on going alone. He turned a bit in the middle of the sidewalk, and so did he when he saw you. You put it over your shoulder with a thumb. Let's go to my house first. I can get my backpack. We can't, sorry. If we're gonna be away, I better take some stuff. It's not that. I don't want our parents to catch us. Your moms could think it's weird we have bags. They might ask. We don't have a lot of time anyway. He motioned to his backpack, patting it with his hand. Its front bulged out slightly.
It's okay.
Don't worry, I packed snacks. It'll be alright. You wish you had bring your backpack along just to be safe, but his explanation made sense. Alright, we can leave. Cove smiled. He seemed to be in much better spirits when you first ran into him. You were glad. He wasn't always this upbeat. That was fine, though. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Cove. But you liked seeing him smile. Cove took the first step, and you married him. As both of you ran up the street. You were off into unknown territory. You ran through the first few neighborhoods like that, your feet pounding on concrete. Whenever one of you got tired, you'd take a break for a minute. The moment there was a sound, you'd be off again, in case someone you knew might realize what you were up to. Because of how cautious you were, the two of you didn't run into anyone, not even other kids enjoying the summer. It was like you had suddenly come criminals, always worried if someone was on your tail. As tense as it was, you were still glad that you got the opportunity to take a proper break. Cove waited for you to stop once you got to the residential district. The houses disappeared, broad storefronts taking their place. You were all the way in the business part of town. This was the first time you'd come here on foot. Before, one of your moms always drove you to this place in their car. Cove leaned up against a nearby tree and wiped the sweat off his forehead. You braced your hands on your knees, breathing hard. You looked over at the road ahead. We're so far. A strange expression flickered across the Cove's face at your words before you nodded. You spoke again, still huffing. My mom brings me and Lizzie here for shopping. Yeah, I've never been here before. Not without Dad. He looked pleased by that. We're doing good. It's not even nighttime. You're still unsure. You thought it was right to have gone with Cove, but being so far from your neighborhood made you feel more weird about what was happening. Clearly Cove wanted to keep going. For how long, though? He couldn't want to keep walking forever. Cove slid his backpack off and unzipped it. You watched curiously as he stuffed a hand in and searched for something. To your delight, he pulled out 2 juice boxes and offered one to you. Here. Thank you. I was getting thirsty. The two of you took a moment to unwrap the straws, poke them into a special circle part of the box. The juice was warm, but still good. You sighed contentedly after your first sip. Your throat had been beginning to ache from how dry it had gotten. It really had been a while since this all started. As you took another sip of your juice, your gaze drifted to Cove's bag. He hadn't closed it yet. What else is in there? There are still a few juice boxes left. He peered inside and began to list off the items as he spotted them. I got snacks from the kitchen too. Chips, muffins, bananas, candy. There was a lot, but he kept excavating more. A couple clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit from Dad's bathroom, and a blanket. And some money my dad gave me a while ago that I haven't spent yet. Your mouth made a small O halfway through his lengthy list. You brought a lot of stuff. I wouldn't even thought to grab a flashlight or a first aid kit. I told you I was going away. You didn't know what to say. The little smile Cove had been wearing earlier was gone by now, like it had never been there in the first place. You watched as he zipped up his backpack and slipped it on. He started walking with a single glance over at you, though he did still take small, unhappy sips from his juice. For some time, the two of you went forward in complete silence. The more ground you covered, the more serious Cove seemed to become. He hadn't looked at you or said anything in a while. He had just taken your empty juice box from you and stowed it away in his bag. That was it. You knew there had to be more to all of this. The sun dislodged itself from its place in the sky, dipping lower and lower. Street lights came on. It was as if they were anticipating nightfall. We gotta try to convince him to go back. Hey, Cove. Cove finally turned to look at you. You give him your best attempt at a warm smile. It's gonna be dark soon. We should head back. To your dismay, he scowled and shook his head immediately. I'm not going back. I can't. But what about your dad? He'll be fine. I left him a letter. If you want to leave, you can. I'm gonna keep going. There was no changing his mind, you realized. He was doing this with or without you. I don't want to leave him, so we're gonna keep going. You wanted to go home, but not without Cove. Leaving him all alone would be much worse. Okay, I'm coming with you. His features softened the slightest bit at your response. You got the feeling he was relieved by your decision to stay. The two of you continued to trudge past the storefronts. Silence fell over you again. You had no idea how to break it, or if you even wanted to. People had said this was a really tiny town, but to you it felt absolutely dynamic. Oh my god, gigantic. Eventually the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore. Only a long, expansive road. You walked on the grass itself. Not even that was enough to stop him. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. The hunch you had about Cove's possible destination soon became a certainty. There was only one way out of town after all. Your feet hurt, you were tired. The two of you didn't have any parents with you, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. Holy shit, we walked far. You had lived in Sunset Bird forever, and it was a rare occasion that you'd see the sign. More everything in your life happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you. You glanced at Cove. You had made it here just before night-all, but now what? Outside of town, there's nothing. How would he get to where he wanted to go? Cove, however, didn't falter. He kept walking. As he neared the sign, he finally stopped. That was a relief. He took his backpack and sat down, crossing his legs beneath him. You lowered yourself down beside the boy as he zipped his bag open and rummaged through it again.
Whoa.
What snack do you want? You were almost taken back by his voice. It had been a while since you last heard it. Pursing your lips, you recalled the snacks you listed off earlier. Give me a muffin. A muffin. He pulled out 2 muffins. After passing you your food, he took a big bite out of the top of his muffin. You peered over at your friend. He stared at the path still ahead with a solemn expression. You turned away. The sun had set some time after both of you finished eating. Now it was dark, apart from the faint moonlight. Watched as Cove grabbed the flashlight from his bag. What are we gonna do? Sleep out here?
I guess.
He was speaking defensively again. Cove flicked the flashlight on. A beam of light cut through the darkness, weakly illuminating the area you sat in. You pulled your knees up to your chest, wrapping your arms around them. You weren't cold. Summer nights were still sort of warm. You just felt like it. Is it okay if I ask something? Cove's focus didn't waver from the road, but he nodded. Why do you want to leave Sunset Bird so bad? At first, Cove was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called today to check up on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. When I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. She has to move somewhere else first. Cove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued.
It's not fair.
Why can't I even see her anymore? He used his uncasted arm to rub both of his eyes. I'm gonna go myself. I don't need anyone to take me. This is all just too much. She started to cry. How are you gonna get to your mom's place? He just wanted to see his mom. Maybe you wouldn't have had the idea to run away too. Maybe you would have had the idea to run away too if you were Cove. But that doesn't mean it'll work. I'll walk there. I brought supplies. Isn't it really far? Cove was silent for a moment. He'd poke a hole in his perfect plan. He shook his head, like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't go see Mom, then she's... First, tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down his cheeks. He frowned at the sight. No matter what, you hated seeing him cry. What'll happen? Mom doesn't call that much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me. She wouldn't do that. How do you know? She's your mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that, so it must be true for Cove's mom too. Cove sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. You were at a standstill. I'm gonna save, because I don't know. I mean, we need to go home, bro. Decisions. I'll just say we'll stay out here. His lower lip trembled at your declaration. Are you sure? You don't have to. You can still go home without me. You didn't leave a letter or anything. I'm sure. Thanks. The final part of his statement was whispered. You're always there when I think I'm gonna be by myself. And that was from him. I just don't want to leave. Like, clearly he's dealing with abandonment shit. I don't want to leave him, you know? Poor kid. And quiet resumes. It wasn't awkward this time, or so you thought. You looked at the sign, tracing the letters with your eyes over and over for a while. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew was that one moment you were letting your eyelids droop while huddling near Cove under the sign, and the next minute you snapped back to attention by the blaring beep of a horn. Yikes, we're in so much shit. Cove froze. You whipped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed near to where you sat. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Mom! She shouted back, and not just because there was some distance between you and her. What are you kids doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. We were gonna come back later, but... She stopped looking at you, instead staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. Guilt ate you up from the inside.
All right.
Get in, let's get you two home. That, at least, made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you've done today. You yanked open the side door and slipped inside the back seat, and then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove from the rear window. The two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do. Not at all. Shamefaced, you both nodded as one.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mom. She softened immediately. Not enough to let it go, though. You'll have to apologize to everyone else, too. With that, Mom started the car up again, and you were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. When you opened your eyes, you realized Cove was looking over at you. He was tense. We're back. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line in her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness you found them, both of them. Yes, I did. They were at the actual end of town, right under the now leaving sign. What were you two doing there at this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffy, and there were dried tear tracks stuck to his cheeks. I had to see my mom. Terra didn't want me to go alone. Oh, your own mom shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did. You wondered if they could read each other's minds. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Where was she? She must have finished whatever she was doing that morning ages ago. Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep. The same way you should have been. She went out earlier to look for the two of you. When she accidentally found out you were both missing, she tried to pretend otherwise, but you made her sick with worry. She said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but couldn't find either of you. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy noticed the discomfort.
Okay.
You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You followed closely behind. The living room wasn't far or separated by a wall, so you could hear your mom talking softly. He wanted to go see his mother. Poor thing.
Well,
That explains it, at least. Still, I'm not sure if it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be
is
riots.
that all right?
I'll call, then go to the front to tell everyone it's still out there. You can keep an eye on that, kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hon. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands. This is so weird. What is? Everyone was looking for me. They all know I tried to leave. I kind of want to run away. And not come back this time, so I don't have to see them again. They'll forgive you. Maybe. Before you could say anything else, the front door opened. Your mom was back with Mr. Holden close behind him. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son.
Cove?
God, are you alright? Oh, I feel so bad. Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened, like he had been crying too. Cove stared at his dad, his own wide eyes behind the frames of his glasses. His own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, attempting a smile. The corners of his lips twitched in spasm, as if they were trying to wilt into a frown. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy that you're all right too, Terra. He looked at your moms. Thank you for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize
It's
enough.
okay.
It was no trouble, Cliff. Really. It couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. Besides, he wasn't the only one who said it was a good idea to disappear today. Hey, I was just trying to stick by him. We're just happy that the kids are safe and sound. Not for the first time that day, you called your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then, too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled apology. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore, promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mussed his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
You're welcome, Cove. A tiny smile flitted across his lips, there and then gone. I'm glad you're okay. He began to sniffle again while looking at your face. I'm glad you're here. That's so sweet. And with that, Cove left. Mommy closed the door behind them. You were practically dead on your feet at this point. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you right to your room with no more discussion on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until the next morning. You woke up much more at ease than you had left when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream, but it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. They were none too pleased that you joined Cove despite knowing that he wanted to leave. As punishment, your mom took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch her shows with you around, but she adjusted. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late, and without telling anyone. You could have gotten hurt, or worse. As a sub as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. Didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. He caught your moms discussing it once in a hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word you hadn't... Hold on one second. There was a word that you... Sorry. I got a message. There was a word you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. There wasn't anything you could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you and Co often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of that. But as they always did, days continued to pass, so did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal as they had to. Summer kept going and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. Okay, we're on to the last one. Thank gosh. Not that I'm not loving this, but I want to move on. Okay, I want to see more of the game. We're on the final one. Jesus. We're nearing 5 hours. Oh my god. Okay, let's just sleep over. This might be my longest stream I've done ever.
Okay.
Alright, kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach rumbled right on time as if it heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. I slept through it? Oh my goodness. You recognize that look. Last one to the table is a rotten egg. I haven't, but it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. Try catching up with her. You couldn't let her win without a fight. You planted a hand against the ground and stood up, then you ran after her. Though there wasn't really time to close the gap. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again. Because you cheated. I didn't cheat. You ran before me. Yeah, because that's how racing works. The one who starts first wins first. That isn't true. That sounds like something a rotten egg would say. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You hadn't noticed that what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with the cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him here still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come over to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's and his dad planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised. You're the one who had asked your moms about it. They had told you they would ask Mr. Holden. You looked forward to it since the moment you found out he agreed. And you'd even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her, not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on.
Well, did I win or what?
No.
No. What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault Terra's slow. Cheating's cheating, and cheaters never win.
Always pick her side.
Hehehe. Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I pick her, and she picks me. Oh, that's so fucking cute. You're a couple of rotten eggs then. That is so cute. She picks her and she picks me and I pick her. Stop. I literally am crying. Cove is so cute. I gotta clip that. Oh, my clipping software is not working. Oh well. I'll clip that for me. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner. All three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food, then they took their seats further down the table, instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood up from his spot, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, other next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on the other side where your moms were sitting. Sit next to me. Did I fuck it up somehow? Where's this thing? He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. There you go. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Digging kids, I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all the veggies. Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands clamped on top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. One just seemed to have his eye, at least. That's pineapple chicken. Want to try some? Not really, sorry. By then, your moms had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food, honey?
Well,
Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then spoke again. He should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink, that's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this.
Shoot.
Oh shoot, I know I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. Give me your... I think you'd like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. He ultimately trusted your judgment. At your suggestion, Cove carefully spooned rice and chicken onto the plate. He saw that he was more of the grilled pineapple. He took more of the grilled pineapple than any of the vegetables. You nodded, pleased, and your mom's let it slide. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new. But he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still spread more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Oh. Mommy floundered in the face of Cove's blunt honesty. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type of kid to keep his opinions to himself. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Cove didn't make much of an effort either. You hope Cove thought of you as a friend. You two were friends, right? You wondered how he felt about you. Yeah, you wondered how he felt. You never asked before. When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, and that made you feel good, even though you were still unsure what it meant. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as weird person or a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to someone, anyone, but Pam. Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clinking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyways. They're not friends, he said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But Mom! No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at Mom's phrasing. You couldn't contain your snorts. Something the matter, Tara? Mom said no buts. Lizzie scoffed and rolled her eyes, unimpressed by such crude words. Mommy snickered along with you, however. That's right. No buts allowed here. You'll have to get rid of yours. No, I need it. The two of you continued to chuckle, and Cove even cracked a smile. Children, I'm surrounded by children. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, but even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. All too soon, the table was cleared, and the games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. Mommy finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head in the room. All right, lights off, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blankets hiked up under your armpits. You could get it off later if it got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He already wiggled inside. You nodded for the both of you in response to Mommy's question. Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Your mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high and shakes his hands like he's going to let go, but he catches me again. He keeps doing that until he drops me on my bed, or other times he lowers me down and we pretend I'm crashing. Cove had been pretty excited when he talked about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. That's so cute. But I don't want to do that here.
Aww.
Though I think you're right, it might be a good idea, not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Tara's other mom. But I'm the nicer one, just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. And against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked at you. Good night. Sleep well. Don't let the bedbugs bite. With the last mile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. But even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was so exciting to have Cove spending the night. You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. You couldn't stop wondering what he really thought about you. You decided to ask him. Cove? Yeah? Are we friends? Cove didn't speak for a few moments, but you wondered if you'd startled him with the question. The longer the silence stretched, the more uneasy you felt about his impending answer. Do you think we're friends? You wrinkled your nose at the question being redirected back at you. The way Cove had asked it made you think that he hadn't even questioned it before, and now more than ever you wondered if you should have kept quiet instead. We're best friends. You heard Cove shuffle around in his sleeping bag, and you looked up at the slivers of light casting upon your ceiling as you waited for him to say something. Well, there isn't somebody else it could be, so I guess we are best friends. You chuckled. The answer is just like him. Only 'cause there isn't anyone else? No. You giggled once more, and then you let your eyes drift close, pleased that it was settled. You started when Cove sighed deeply, turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least he thought he did. You couldn't see anything, since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag and wobbled to your side table and pulled up in the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation of it for it. You knew, even without reading the title, which one it was. The ones that your mom would read to you. It was special. I thought you were looking for your glasses. I was, then I felt this. It looked cool. The compliment he offered, your special book, had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool. Oh yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight, and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but... I love the main character because the squire is really brave and funny, but they're stuck working for this knight who's rude to them. No one believes that they can be a knight, but that doesn't stop the squire, so they go on an adventure to show the king they're worthy. Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused at the backside summary. He must be pretty interested in it. You were reminded of the hours you spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it, or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. You wanted to read the book with Cove. You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back into bed before any hidden boogeymen could catch you unaware. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it over your head. Come on, check this out. Bring the book too. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got in. Then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip. Thank you, Z. That means so much to me. I can't believe it's been a year. Insane. Feeling for the switch. With a click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. You tilted the flashlight so it was shining down towards the floor of your blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Is that better? Yeah. Now we can read, and my moms won't know. I do this all the time. When mom or mommy check on me, I have to hide everything under the blanket so I haven't been caught before. Do you want to try? Cove nodded. Pleased by his straightforward response, he placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You loved it when mommy read it to you. Why not read it as loud? Why not read it as loud as you dared this time of night? You didn't even need to study the pages for once. There once was a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon you got an exciting part, the squire and the dragon's first meeting. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their borrowed sword hung in one hand and a torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you see the dragon's lines? Do you need your glasses? No. My head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. It's okay. It's fun anyway. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually, he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Who goes there, roared the dragon? Who dares enter my cave? It was your turn. You went into the squire's famous speech. The next time you looked up the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text. This is so fucking cute. A soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. This is so beautiful and adorable. You started when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. With your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed into your pillow, your parent pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze. What's with the body pillow? This is my husband. This is Dojima from hit game Persona 4. This is my husband, and then it's Valentine's Day, so I had to spend time with my husband. Anyways, then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove, that you?
Yeah.
You shifted and found something cylindrical pressed against your thigh. You fumbled, the familiar weight of the flashlight pressed against your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama... Oh. Hold on. His pajama shirt were left on the floor, abandoned, his sleeping bag in a similar state. What is it? Can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You'd helped your mom redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I always sleep in my bed, in my room. That made things a little clearer. Between two young people? Okay, so Z, actually, so this is called Our Life, and you go through different phases of life. So you have when you're young, and you get to watch your character grow with his character. So we're still in the very first part of the game. So we're kids, and then in the next part we grow a little bit, and then in the next part we grow even more, and then in the final part we're like adults. And so this is just like that journey. It's very, very cute. I'm loving it so far. I know we haven't even gotten to the second part. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything that you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. You wondered how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your doziness. He was going to walk outside, back to his house, this time of night, all by himself. He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in, and I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. I'm gonna save because I don't know which one I want to say. I kind of want to say I'll come with you. I'll come with you.
Why?
Why? I can get there myself, and then you won't have to go all the way back here from my house. I want us to stay together more. Cove looked at you quietly, as if contemplating something, before nodding his head. Okay. With that, Cove casually crouched down to collect his pajama pants. You were relieved he didn't mind you coming. Are you getting the rest of your stuff too? Like your toothbrush? I don't know where my mom's put it all. No, just this. You could understand that. He didn't really need anything right now, and he could always pick up his things tomorrow. Cove visited your house during the day all the time. You grabbed the flashlight and waited by the door. Soon, Cove joined you. The two of you crept out into the hallway as silently as you could. You sidestepped the loose floorboard at the end of the hall, alerting Cove to it as well. Apart from that, you had no problems making it to the front door. Everybody was in their rooms, so the rest of the house was abandoned. It was brighter outside. Here, some of the neighbors had lights on coming through their windows. Still, you felt better with your flashlight turned on, pointed in the direction you were walking. There was no sound apart from the chirping of crickets and the crunch of some loose sand that got all the way up the street from the beach. After a while, it was almost soothing. You thought back to your unlocked front door and hoped one of your moms didn't wake up. If they locked it or checked in on you or both, you'd be in a lot of trouble. Surprisingly, it was Cove who broke the deep silence. This was my first sleepover. Really? I've had sleepovers before. Sometimes I'll go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Shiloh slept over a few times too, and other stuff. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it? It's not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. Now you're the one who didn't know what to say, so you said nothing. You just lit the path ahead, the two of you walking side by side, your shadows stretched across the concrete. In almost no time at all, you had arrived. Cove's house loomed above you, the windows dark. Mr. Holden must be asleep, just like everybody else in your own family. Are you sure your dad's gonna open the door? Yeah, he wakes up really easily. As if to demonstrate, he rang the doorbell. A couple minutes passed, and you wondered if Cove was wrong. Then the front door unlocked and cracked open. Out came his dad. Oh my god. Nothing could have prepared me for this. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Cove, Mr. Holden. I need a separate game with Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden? Hello? Okay. Bro is outside with tits, bro. Mr. Holden wasn't wearing all his clothes. I think I might have been right. What are you talking about? His hair wasn't up in a ponytail like normal either. You felt a little bad. The choking sound? You felt a little bad to disturb him when he definitely had not been expecting anyone. His eyes had been narrowed into tired slits, yet they opened wide when he saw you and Cove. Kids, what in the world are you doing? Everything okay? Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden, I can't. Bad. I couldn't sleep. Yeah, put yourself in timeout, bro. It's Valentine's Day. I say whatever the fuck I want today. Cove said my room is weird. Mr. Holden blinked, his features still twisted in panic. Then he closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Right, well, that's a shame. What's done is done. Come on inside, son. We can talk about what happened in the morning. Okay. Cove yawned while accepting the terms without complaint. Thank you for dropping him off, Terra. I think you'll have to be a part of the conversation tomorrow, but we'll deal with that with what to do next time. Now, let me walk you back. It's not safe for you to be out this late by yourself. He moved to step past you, but you shook your head. I'll be fine, Mr. Holden. My house is right there, and I have a flashlight. Mr. Holden, oh, he is not, his face is not, he did not like that. Ooh, he did not like that. Ooh, he's not happy. Look at his face. I like it though. Mr. Holden remained where he was, his brow furrowed, and placed a hand on Cove's shoulder blade. Then I'll stand right here. Cove and I will be your lookouts, and we'll close our doors once you've made it back inside. You nodded your head at the compromise. Have a good night. Take care. Mr. Holden waved you off. As you turned, your eyes met Cove's, still standing beside his dad. His lips turned up at the corners. He spoke in an almost whisper. Bye, Terra. Thanks for coming. Flashlight clutched in your hand. You jogged back over to your house. You did feel better knowing Cove and his dad were watching to make sure nothing happened. Once you got to your front door, you glanced over to see the two waiting. You waved. You saw Cove wave back. You quietly closed the door behind you, smiling to yourself. Then you tiptoed into your bedroom. The flashlight was returned to your drawer in its rightful place. Although Cove had to go back home in the end, you still considered the sleepover to be quite a success. You did hope the next time he'd be able to stay the whole night, whenever next time came along. The next morning, you were woken by the sound of your mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. It's time to get up and at 'em. You saw sun peeking through your curtains, and you rubbed your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Cove's already out of bed. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what had happened during the night. But I didn't see him out there. I wondered where he'd gotten off to so early. You hesitated, giving Mom a look with your mouth hanging half open as your mind processed what to tell her.
Everything okay?
Cove couldn't sleep. He said my room was weird. What? Where's Cove now? Did he sleep on the couch? Mom was still looking at you expectantly, and as you started to explain what happened, you were interrupted by Mommy calling you downstairs, saying Mr. Holden was at the door. You could tell by the way Mom's forehead crinkled that she was even more concerned. When she turned to head downstairs, you pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed to follow her. Cliff, how are you? Mom joined Mommy at the door while you hovered at the bottom of the stairs and peeked out on the corner. You saw Cove's dad standing just outside, a sheepish smile on his face. He was alone, and you wondered if Cove was alright. I didn't want to alarm you both, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night, and he wasn't alone. He rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. He must have felt bad about sharing the news. Mr. Holden kind of reminded you of Cove in that moment. Your mom exchanged a matching pair of surprised looks, Mommy gasping and covering her mouth with a hand. The two of them looked your way, and you quickly ducked behind the wall. The boy and I made sure Terra got back inside, but Cove wouldn't tell me what happened. I thought you might have a little more insight. We didn't hear a thing during the night. I noticed Cove was gone just minutes before you arrived. Is he alright? We're so sorry. We'll be having a talk with Terra about this for sure. Mr. Holden put his lips into a tight smile and held up his hands as if to say it wasn't their fault. He's fine. I just wanted to find out more before having another talk with him. I should have known he wasn't ready to spend the night at someone else's house. You felt bad for Mr. Holden. He looked so sad. They discussed the event a little more, your parents promising to call him if they found out more, and when Mr. Holden finally said goodbye, you heard Mom calling your name. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you should find somewhere to hide. There was a growing sense of dread in your stomach, and you were about to get into a lot of trouble. Your moms found you eventually, though you were relieved to see they didn't look very angry. They did, however, look angry, but they did, however, look very, very worried. What were you thinking, Terra? Why didn't you tell us something was wrong? Why did you leave the house? He toed the ground in front of you, refusing to look at them. I'm sure you were just trying to help him, but you know it's dangerous to go outside at night without a parent, don't you? Nodding your head, you couldn't do much more than listen to your parents explain how dangerous it had been for you and Cove to wander over to his house on your own. Personally, you didn't think it was that bad, since Cove only lived across the road, but you didn't tell your moms that. You were already in enough trouble as it was, so when you were asked to promise to tell them something like that next time, you nodded your head in agreement. Even though it was a little unfair, you accepted the punishment that you weren't allowed to have any sleepovers till you could prove to your moms that you were responsible enough. You were determined to show them that you could be trusted. When you saw Cove next, he was sorry you had gotten in trouble. After hearing a similar lecture, Cove got away with a warning from his dad. Mr. Holden felt a negative experience was enough already, and Cove didn't need additional punishments. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience according to the darts. You could accept that. They were definitely things you had learned from it, and hopefully one day you and Cove would be able to have a successful sleepover. And we finally finished part 1! Can you believe it? Holy shit. Oh my god. We've been live for this is 6 hours, guys. Holy moly. 6 hours. That's crazy. We just hit the 6 hour mark. Long story. We're not even through half of it. We're not even through half of it. There's 4 parts. We did part 1. All of this is part of part 1. Light work. Is it? Okay, I only will be able to stream for like an hour more. And then I'm gonna have to call it. So we're gonna move on to the next step. I'm excited. We'll have to stream this again on probably Monday because we're not gonna finish it today. This is way longer than I anticipated. So exciting though. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie, and Cove as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we're so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? 'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie, dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset, though. Just content. You were aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. It is almost over. You tried to be subtle with your mumble, but your mom looked down at you from the corner of her eye and knew she heard. It would be evil not to let us play until dinner. You weren't sure evil was a fair word choice, but nodded anyways. At times like this, you had to back each other up. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well, oh come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged him with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. Ah, so much fun, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Tines and Trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground. Or the firelights could possibly be coming out, right? Don't I? Sally made your own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you gonna do? You glanced over at Cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself. Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mother's had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots of plans if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. I'm gonna go with Cove. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. Oh, so cute. Cool. He made a little gesture that interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back and then tossed it into the water. You were impressed how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the ocean. That one. You look for your own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. He found a shell that was to your purpose, a smile growing as he tossed it as hard as he could. It landed in the wet sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. He was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When did you get... Oh, how did you get it? How did you get it? I was jet skiing. Your eyes widened. You couldn't imagine how bad it must have hurt or how scared he would have been. Then he continued to explain. I crashed. He gestures for his arm as if to say this is the result. It's hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski.
Whoa.
I'm not. Oh. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. Think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie? I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. Dad said something about that. Cool, you're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. He'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head and then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you looked good at his face, took a good look at his face, Jesus Christ! You realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
Oh. You'd never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old house. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down in the sand, trying to consider what to do. This can be your home. It's a really nice home if you give it a chance. Cove didn't respond to that. He just tightened his arms around his knees, resting his chin on them. You're not gonna leave, right? You'll still be around. The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, but I'll feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. He spared a glance over at Cove, and saw the anger that had slipped off his face in favor of something more puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You can remember a long time ago when you first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. You held his hand. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you make sure you are very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring, and everything will be like it's supposed to again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely tried to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. A sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over his shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the stand off for yourself. Mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Terra, thanks.
Thanks.
It was nice where you were right then, but the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Oh, that is so cute.